Well, I've been trying to get ready to stream for a couple hours, and sometimes there just is no ready. You just hit the button and you go. Hello, friends. Sorry, I would love to have been on earlier. I'm sick as a dog, so bear with me. Let's do a nighttime roundup of what happened today. It was pretty fortunate. I barely slept, unfortunately. I was able to get a really good dinner in, thanks to Mod C Probe. Hey, Christopher, how you doing? Thanks for being here. Man, you're the quickest draw in the West. You know that? How are you? And whereabouts are you right now? And how is the weather? We're looking live at this rampaging Cow Creek fire, which I had no intention of actually staying up all night trying to monitor, but it's not every day that you see a fire go up to around 80,000 acres in one day. And when it rampaged right towards some towns and nearly burned up the camera, it's hard to look away from that. Hey, running an empty 22, how you doing? So I did make myself peel away around dawn and tried to get to sleep as soon as possible. But I do have a kind of a policy that I need to see daylight at least for 1 hour every day, like be outside at least 1 hour every day. So taking the trash out, getting the mail, sitting outside just for a minute. I tracked the fires as I did that after I adjourned, and then when I had to ventilate the house, and when the heat hit, uh, I just couldn't sleep. So, hey, SoCal Bohoga, how you doing? I hear there's a little bit of reduced evacuations down at the lake fire. That's awesome. I want to show you guys some Insano. Yes, let's just do the 24-hour. This fire rampaged right up to the camera, and then it moved after I ended my stream around dawn or whatever that was yesterday. Today. Was it today? I don't know anymore. This is our current view as it's going up over the hill, but you can see it's to the southeast. It still is very much threatening many different towns, from Brogan, Jameson, Willow Creek, Dennis, to ultimately maybe even Vale, as it even tries to march towards Ontario. This is one of the largest heat signatures I've ever seen on a landscape before, and it stayed red just for a very long time. We're going to look at the others too. We'll try to do a roundup, and then I want to crawl back a bit. We are going to have some thunderstorms, lightning. The forecast for Eastern Oregon is abundant lightning with 55-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So the only good thing about having a gigantic fire near your communities is, well, it started before the weather was even worse. So anywhere that the lightning does strike over the weekend that's already been burned up is not going to do anything. Excuse me, that would be watch duty. I have to turn down that notification. Excuse me. Let's see, in the Penn Valley area, there's a fire in a residential structure fully involved. No mention of wildland spread, but full vegetation response en route, including dozers. Let's see what that is on the phone. Nevada County. So it's on cameras, updated just 5 minutes ago. So we'll take a look at that. That's on Highway 20 heading towards Grass Valley and Rough and Ready. So just off of Highway 20 on Penn Valley Drive. So we'll keep an eye on that. But this is much of the heat detection. Excuse me, I didn't mean to back much of the heat detection has already disappeared. It would be a gray to nothing, like up by the Malheur Reservoir. It started like right here, this little itty bitty Cow Valley Butte, somewhere abouts right here. And it initially went north, and they were saying, oh, it's going to Malheur Reservoir, which sounded like, oh, well, maybe that'll be easier to catch it because it's going up to a lake, right? Wrong. They had a massive wind shift change, and it blew it south, and it like, oh, okay, well, at least it's going towards mostly uninhabited hills up here, like, well, mountains really. They're at 6,500 feet. Mind you, most of Eastern Oregon is at least 2,000 feet. But um, then there was a switcheroo in the wind again. It was erratic and crazy. Pushed it due east, started headed for this town here called Brogan. It's not on the map right here for some reason, but it's right there. And then it got pushed to the south and southeast again, and we nearly had a camera burn over. But it still may happen. So right before our eyes, as we watched all throughout the night, this is our current view. It just, yeah, holy cow, no pun intended. Hey, Dr. Elephant, yeah, it just absolutely rampaged. So let me show you some of the uh, crazy images. I put them as a community post. I don't know how frequently people see that I do community posts. Very curious about it. Do you guys get notified about them like you do for live streams? But here's what it looked like most of the night, and the fire couldn't even be seen from horizon to horizon by the camera. It's just absolutely insane. So if I could put on some more buttons, satellite fire detections, viewers, everything there. When a panoramic camera that has this extreme wide screen can't even see the fire from horizon to horizon, you know it's really big. Like here's what it looks like on a clear day, and we saw it just come from left all the way to the right, and it was one of the biggest marching flame fronts I've ever seen in my life. Just wow. This is if it's not record breaking for the county or whatnot, or the state, might be probably for the county. It's just really hard to say. It almost merged with the Bonita. At some point, they had 25% containment with the Bonita on watch duty, then they updated it to 0. And we saw a lot of the heat detections go straight there. So some of them have expired. Excuse me, these watch duty heat detections. Or sorry, uh, the GOES satellite heat detection. Some of them expired, the ones that were by the reservoir. But if you turn on like all satellites, this gives you an example of just the enormity of that. If you keep zooming out and you're like, oh, right, that's Oregon. Just, So I couldn't believe it. It was like 1,000 acres after it broke out at like 7:45 in the morning yesterday. And then um, they just kept updating the acreage. We can't hear anything in Malheur County. We cameras eventually started looking at it. Go back to one of the time lapses. People can kind of see that. We were like kind of deaf, dumb, and blind, except for what they wanted to tell us. 3 cameras began looking at it from 3 different angles, and I was like, okay, it's getting closer to the town. Now let's see if they're able to save it. Seems like they can because of all the irrigation. 2 other cameras looked away from it. Oh, great, wonderful. So I was pretty frustrated and very concerned, and I was wondering, when is the governor going to step in, like wake her up? You know, she needs to invoke the Conflagration Act. So she actually did today. The fire marshal's office explained that. Conflagration Act, and this was declared a conflagration. I looked up the official definition, like in the Oxford English and Cambridge English, American dictionary. So to me, a conflagration, as I typically heard the usage, was like a big town and city eraser. It's where you lose a lot at once, rapidly, or a fire huge enough to burn for days, like the San Francisco 1906 quake, the Oakland Hills firestorm, uh, t- firebombing Tokyo during World War II. That's a conflagration. So, but in a more loose sense, it can just apply to the destruction of property and not buildings necessarily. So what I was scratching my head about is, okay, I've not even heard of any structures being lost. There may have been some, probably some outbuildings, ranches, historical structures. I don't know, anything in the way out here where it was just running, especially through the night. It's harder to catch up and do anything. During the day, they were able to use aircraft and stuff, but not during the night. But so, if you use the term in a more loose sense, then it just means vast destruction of property and area. But it typically means, property, as in people owned it. That's different than a forest fire, right? Forest fires can just be big. Conflagration is like where people own stuff and live, work, and play. So this has been declared an actual conflagration. They invoked the Conflagration Act, which is Oregon's step in the right direction. After 2020, they passed a law that instead of the old Byzantine red tape crappy system where you would have to, counties have to individually negotiate help, and they're screwed if they haven't done that in the years prior if some major disaster strikes, like we saw in Washington with the Newell fire, even though that got out of hand just because they had a water truck breakdown. It was just in the hay fields. Like all kinds of units from across the border in Oregon just sat there, like in the Dalles and Hood River, not helping. And all kinds of other counties nearby in Washington didn't help either until 9 hours later after a bunch of negotiations and crap had taken place. Like that's what we watched last year. And that fire didn't have to be big. So Oregon has taken a greater step in the right direction and has had better response and better outcomes for things like the fire at La Pine, the Darlene 3 fire just a couple weeks ago. And as soon as a fire gets major and huge and out of hand, and nutso, like this one, this is our live view, like what we're supposed to see, but the actual live view, and just a portion of the fire, mind you. What happens is that the state fire marshal takes over and pushes whatever necessary buttons can command other state resources to respond. Now, hopefully, Washington will do something like that. And even better than that will be when Washington and Oregon sign some sort of a mutual aid agreement for especially right on the border of the Columbia River, where it's like these border counties who just treat the other side, even though it's a different state, as the same state. Hey, Vicky Lewis, and hey, Love for Hemi, thank you for being here, guys. And thank you, everybody, for your kind donations. And the hitting like button is free, of course. Really appreciative. If we can do the fire roundup real quick, and I'm hoping we can get some sort of a total. What I've been really dumbfounded about, because we're about to hit the next sale, which is the laptop. We missed the 4th of July because 4th of July was crazy. I barely slept since then. So we missed good 4th of July sales, but now the next ones. Oh, Love for Heavy, thank you so much. It's so wonderful. You're a S tier, super tier supporter. Okay, we got an update on that fire. What I'm saying is we'll try to do the tally. I failed the other night for 2 hours. I tried to make YouTube work, and it seemed to be broken on the back end. And it was saying, estimated revenue, earnings with asterisks. Could not figure out what the heck that meant. And then I tried to sort by, okay, at least money made in the last 28 days. And it still said estimated. I did 2 hours of Googling because I said, okay, last 28 days, how many hours streamed versus how much income and how much per day, right? It's supposed to make neat columns for you. It was all broken and it went into, showed me 2020 videos in 2021 in the last 28 days column. I tried custom date. It was just totally broken. So we'll try to plan B till they fix that. We will, oops, my watch. There we go. I found the notification. We will, plan B is go into AdSense. I can log into that. And on the 12th, usually there is not an estimated earnings, but like a finalized earnings. And then that's how they crunch their final numbers, and then they send you the money in the account. You don't get money instantly. It's a month later. So people who made some comments like, why haven't I bought the laptop? YouTube doesn't pay me every day. It's a monthly thing. So that's the way that works. And plus we have the monthly expenses of keeping the stream going and the actual lights on in the house first. Otherwise, yeah, I can't stream if I don't have if I don't pay my power bill, right? So I wanted to make that clear that the entire stream is funded by donations. The laptop is extra after expenses, and I need a very robust one. It's got to be quite capable, and I'm going to get very. I need to be abundantly clear with that because I think some people are thinking I can just go to a garage sale and get one. Um, it's got to be super robust. So I'll be happy to answer those questions and try to get to it. But thank you so much. I am not sure where we're at in the goal, but I want to find out because I'm dying to know, or than anybody. Can we get this soon? Can we get this all done in time for the sale? Because the more money I could save, the more stuff we could buy and increase the quality of the stream. Like this is a $300 headset, but we have low quality with this. People don't realize the people who sound good have dropped like $3,000 into audio gear on streaming. So we'll get there. But today should have been the day that the finalized, not speculative, but finalized earning report got generated for what I made in the last 28 days. So, and then we'll put that into context of how many hours have I been streaming in 28 days and see if I've made more than $4 an hour this time. So we have an update on the branding fire that was in Penn Valley Road area. Good, they extinguished it. Cool. They weren't sure if it had potential to spread in Nevada County to vegetation. I'm so sorry that somebody lost a structure. They said it was fully involved, which means gone. Fully involved is like, well, it's about to collapse. I'm always sad to hear that. But yeah, let's. Wildwood Lake, Vicky, is which county is that? In which state is it? It's not Yuba County that you're talking about, is it? Um, like Lake Wildwood. We'll zip on down there real quick, and then we'll keep watching and listening for Cal Valley Fire info. I got the Twitter of the Oregon State Marshal's office, Fire Marshal's office. It's going to be a slog. They're going to have insane wind. We can have thunderstorms, monsoonal. I don't know why they start using that term now, but just the summertime thunderstorms. It's July. Mid-July through all of August is lightning strike season. It's when the dry thunderstorms just rip through. Sometimes you come out through the south, sometimes through Baja, like where the right off coast here, where they get some moisture, then they get pushed north, and these can rip all the way from California to Washington towards Canada, and sometimes those go all the way into early October. But sometimes they just form on the Sierras themselves, start doing mostly dry lightning. They can split into Nevada, they can split up into Northern California, then they can run through Oregon, sometimes on the west side, more commonly on the east side of the Cascades. So hold on to your butts everywhere. Shelly fire, hold on to your butts everywhere in the Sierras. If any new fires break out, everybody hold on to your butts. Larch Creek fire, hold on to your butts. Cow Valley fire, get your 4-point harness in and prepare to grab the ejection handle. This is expect turbulence. The captain has now turned off has turned on the passenger seatbelt sign. It's time to return from the lavatory. Oh. Let's see. Which Lake Wildwood? Yeah, Vicki Lewis says tumbleweeds were introduced into Eastern Oregon by Russian immigrant train laborers. They're not related to sagebrush. They spread seeds while tumbling. Right, but they called them Russian sage. Right. I was surprised to find out about that recently. But man, thank you, Heavy, and all those who have donated. We are about to do a tally as soon as we can do this roundup. And yeah, it's absolutely hold on to your butts. It's a Samuel L. Jackson quote. Hit the like button, guys, please. So let's quickly figure out what is this branding fire? Oh, that's right. That's the one I just gave an update on. They extinguished that one in the that Lake Wildwood. Okay. I forgot Penn Valley Road goes to it. Yes. No, they just said that there was unfortunately a house on fire. And then just a little bit of sounds like a yard. And so they have good knockdown on the structure fire per the incident command. So they don't need dozers and hand crews, but they scrambled them just in case, which is good. I remember Lake Wildwood has had a couple of scares with the fire that was earlier in June. Remember, seems like a lifetime ago, right in this neighborhood, the southeast, and I did cover that live at the time. But yeah, I've been through there, and I'm amazed at how much it's developed and grown up. It's very surprising to me. But yeah, these are old stomping grounds of mine. Smartsville, Timbuktu, rough and ready. Funny story that I have is how I was almost born in Timbuktu. That's where my mom went into labor with me, as mom and dad were doing ghost towning before it was cool. Let's skip the laptop, Vicky says, and get a mainframe in a cold room somewhere she can totally geek out for us all. Yes, I need a bunker. Totally. Let's buy me an island. And then there will be a private yacht where all of my friends and people who watch can come visit. Absolutely. Okay. So my mom and dad used to just run around to all the Gold Rush ghost towns and all these places. And so what was funny is I got the bug that way, and I wanted that to be my career, right? Just the one day I'm asking mom about when I was born, and she goes, "Oh yeah, I went to labor with you when we were ghost towning." I'm like, "What?" And she goes, "Yeah, I sat. It was a thing to do. Was to visit Timbuktu. The only surviving building of that gold rush town was the brick Wells Fargo building, and so they had lovingly recreated it, um, and restored it in the 20s. And so when my parents were there, my dad was taking a photo of my mom like leaning on the bench on the porch, and then she's like, stands up, it's time, the baby's coming." So they had to rush back towards the valley to get me born, you know. Not, but that's my funny story. I was almost born in Timbuktu. Um, so yeah, I love that whole area, and very very dear to me. But all right, what's new? We got a new thing. The Copper Fire, Angeles National Forest, forward progress stopped. Excellent. Los Angeles National Forest, or was it something? Okay, let's go back. We are monitoring the situation as best we can with the gigantic, less than 24 hours, 80,000 acres, they said this morning, 83,000, and they revised it to a low acreage of 74,000 acres. We saw it mushroom and balloon last night just as an incredible, what the hell, are you seeing this kind of insane situation? This is our current one. You can see how the fire almost burned over the camera, but it changed last night. Changed direction. It was unclear due to the hot drifting smoke where the fire actually was. versus is the camera zooming? Um, just absolutely nuts, crazy time lapses that I had yesterday, and that I posted a couple of screenshots. Yep, you're right, Vicky. Penn Valley. Sorry, I'm very tired. I got 5.5 hours sleep. Uh, Even though I tried as hard as I could, I finally just woke up and Pro was like, "Do you want a baked salmon dinner, or do you want to sleep more?" And I'm like, "Baked salmon." So I stumbled my way over and got to his house, and we put on the Shelly community meeting, which was amazing. That was great. I wish I had been able to rush home and turn it on, but I couldn't. I had to choose between a baked salmon dinner and the meetings, so I know that we can go back and play it. Um, but boy, was that awesome. We'll get to the Shelly, but I wanted to let people know that we are continuously watching what's happening because so many communities are threatened. Not this very moment, but there's a gigantic 80,000 acre fire on their doorstep. So it is absolutely out of control. So they've done a road closure and they haven't technically evacuated the towns. They have individualized evacuations, like just because of the ranches out here are pretty few and far between up in the hills where it's mostly located. So down in the actual little valleys by Brogan and Jefferson, there's great amounts of irrigation, where I'm sure that should the fire edge a little bit closer, it's all along 26 here, they'll, they've been preparing throughout the day and night to get it done. But they did declare a conflagration, which I found out doesn't have to be buildings burning up. It can mean just property, just private property and land burning up. I've not heard of any structures lost, but just the incredible spread and Holocaust looking uh, uh, apocalyptic images and just how fast it was going all night just was insane. So um, that's why I shared some of these images. But we'll see if the camera does a burnover. I'm not going to watch it all night. We have no information other than what the officials explain. But invoking that act means that all the state resources can go to it. They are converging. But with 55-mile-an-hour wind gusts and abundant lightning in the forecast, hold on to your butts, Just hold on to your butt. Yeah, absolutely, Vicky. I'm so glad they just quickly jumped on things down there. So, um, yeah, Legit Gamer 21 says they say monsoonal moisture because, like in Arizona, monsoon season is very wet. But yeah, here it comes in the form of the driest months of the year. And like tomorrow, they are calling for it to be high based. Yeah, yeah. So, oh, thanks, Big Al. You were explaining that too. Hi, sorry, I didn't see you. Hit the like button, friends. Thank you. Okay, tell me which fire you want to look at first. Um, yeah, I know Kate Garcia. It's holding the planet in my heart. Yeah, I just want to hug everybody involved, man. Especially seeing the worried folks in the Etna High School gym during the community meeting. At least they're given a microphone allowed to express their concerns. That was a great community meeting, but I was eating at the time, and it went over an hour. But we could zoom back to some highlights. It was amazing. A lady who was like a troll stood up and during the end, and she goes, "I see a lot of people in town, like sitting around and laying around and not doing anything, but when are you going to actually try to put the fire out?" It was almost exactly like what she said at the very end. The Christopherson's like reply, like he just looked at her like, seriously, and he goes, um. Basically, he goes, "That was rude. I'm going to have to ask you to stop." And he says, "And that's all I have to say." Well, so there was some drama there, but at the very end, this one woman took the microphone with the Shelly community meeting, and she goes, I just wanted to say that I don't know what's wrong with some people. I don't know why they can't see the 2,000, can't fail to notice the 2,000 plus firefighters and all the activity running around. That's the biggest response we've ever had to this community. I don't understand why she can't look out the window and see the fire and notice that all of them are putting their lives on the line to save us. So whatever. Thank you, firefighters, and the whole. They all start clapping. Uh, okay, so it was epically long, and I should record it and re-upload it because some people don't have Facebook. Sobering part, back to reality about the Shelly Fire meeting was they just warned the community that you still have to stay out. Like you really have to stay out because the worsening weather this weekend is bad. I missed the very beginning because we tried to adjust volume at C probes. We may want to rewind and look at that. But the lightning and the thunderstorm potential this weekend for the Shelly fire is quite bad. So it's the Shelly, the Larch Creek, any new ones, of course. Um, this Cow Valley. I don't know about the lake. I mean that isn't a great forecast either. But um, they've reduced some evacuations. They've done amazing work with a nice twist of fortune down there in the lake where they had the wind blow in the opposite direction for a bit yesterday. So I did confirm with people like Holt Hanley, who's the man. He's a good weatherologist, right? He explained that the big column of smoke seen during the lake down there in Santa Barbara County was they had a golden opportunity, just like I was seeing, to burn the landscape off where the fire's headed because the wind blew it the wrong way for a bit. And so when you put fire in the landscape in front of a fire, the ideal situation is that the wind just would blow it back to it. So when the wind comes back the correct direction that it's been trying to go, it just meets black and maybe can't even cross it. So that may be a turning point in the Battle of the Lake fire. That would be incredible if, depending on how much success they had with that. So I'm absolutely pleased with what we've seen with the lake fire. Yeah. So Vicki Lewis says, what was the ghost town site between Greenville and Bear Mountain that you were so worried about on the Dixie? The Lucky S, like Lucky S, not donkey, but S as in snake. Um, that one they did lose some more structures, I hear. So I don't know. Let me um let me show you some old pictures. It's one of the best preserved mining ghost towns in Northeast California. But every different fire that comes by, the firefighters go up there and they wet down all the buildings. It's very hard to access. Like I tried to get to it again in mid July 2022, could not find a way up. Now it's protected, gated, and many of the fire destroyed many of the roads going up to it. Um, but the California doesn't have. Here's me and my family doesn't have that many more uh, ghost towns that are still standing, like old mining towns, because fire takes them and idiots, you know, like the building behind us. I found campers were in there and they had open flame ready with their stupid cook stoves. I left a note. I just found their sleeping bags and stuff. Said, don't put open flame. Do not cook in this building. Or please just go out to the street here, the road. But you can see the vegetation right up next to it and stuff. People peppered it with paintballs and are just mistreating it. Um, it's high altitude. It's hard to get to. It has heavy snows. A lot of these just don't last just because of the um, the wear and tear of time. The uh, where's some better pictures? The Moonlight Fire, 2007, almost destroyed the town, but the little ghost town up there. There's not that many buildings. So this was the honeymooner cabin in the Moonlight Fire that got lost. So it was away from like where I just showed you the prior picture, has a water source, like a well. So they would wet down those buildings, like on the quote main street of that old mining town, and they lost this one out in the field. So that was already gone by the time I got there. The Moonlight Fire 2007 had taken it out, but just year after year after year, Plymouth County and the heroes up there. See, here's the loss of the cabin. Um, have been up there and protecting it during the Dixie. It was a whole new ball game. So they said they lost something up there. I just don't know which, but it's uh very very little of now is left in Plymouth County, especially the other town of Seneca was that we lost the gin mill during the Dixie, and they had saved it from the Moonlight. So I only the gin mill was an 1800s bar that the gold miners used to hang out in. It was still in operation seasonally. I went there expecting, which is south of Canyon Dam, Plymouth County. I went there expecting to find abandoned, buildings and maybe a couple property owners living there, of course. Uh, Canyon Dam is in Plymouth County, where the Dixie Fire was. This is a question about what did we lose in the Dixie. I was answering. Um, so um, so Northwest, Bear Mountains Northwest. Okay, I don't want to exactly explain where the Lucky S is, but it's pretty well protected now. You can barely get to it. So unless somebody goes with a bunch of horses, mules, or snowmobiles and really knows their way around there, the public ain't getting to it. But Seneca, I was extremely worried for, and we lost the gin mill. That was a time capsule, a just incredible place. Never had electricity, had gas lighting from back in the day, a potbelly stove, upright piano, saloon piano. Everybody's tradition was to staple gun their business cards to the building, all over the outside, the inside, the walls, the ceilings, underneath the porch and roof eaves. I walked in there. There was an ice box, not a refrigerator. But when I visited it in 2008 or nine, I think it was 2008 or nine, we were camping at Canyon Dam, and there was a different fire. They saved it only to lose it to the Dixie. Like, can you imagine saving a place since 1875 just to lose it in the Dixie? I don't know what else was lost, how many private cabins or residences were lost at Seneca. I've meant to go and reconnect, but somebody said they may have rebuilt it. Yeah, the Canyon Dam is erased. I just we drove through Canyon Dam after the 4th of July in 2022, and I just wept like a baby. I just stared out the window because I couldn't understand. I did not even recognize the intersection of the streets. It was just like you can't explain it, but if picture going to your favorite grocery store, the one you go to like your entire life, and you make the same trip and you can't even recognize the area, and it's like you're in a new world. Oh yeah, Canyon Dam was a little town, yeah, and we loved camping there. Gone, just totally gone. But we watched it burn down live. Unfortunately, on the stream, it was in view of the diagram cameras. So we saw the 200-foot wall of flame. We heard the firefighters saying, "We have to get out, run, go, pull up, leave the hoses, go." And they couldn't make it to the east. They went to the eastern shore of Malheur, went north, I think, towards um, trying to get to Westwood or something. They were trapped. So yeah, no, Earheville. Where how did you find us, by the way? And where are you at now? You're very knowledgeable. I wanted to do a quick fire roundup. We are watching live the insanity of the one of Oregon's largest wildfires of the year. I'm pretty sure the fact that it went to basically 80,000 acres almost in 24 hours, just absolutely unreal. This is what happened today. We may have a camera burnover because the fire's down there, but it's very, very short, clipped, very grazed up here. So it probably won't affect the camera, but it's been climbing um, the Cottonwood Hills, but mostly it's run. Thank goodness it doesn't appear like it went on each side like I thought it might. It was very hard to tell exactly where the fire was. It may Willow Creek here, the canyon may. Sorry, I don't know if you could see me gesturing up here, but this Willow Creek may have actually been a divider. I thought we did see it cross, but maybe they went and stopped it somehow, or it did stop right here. But the other two cameras looked away from the camera from the fire, which frustrated us to no end. We could this camera we could only see the panorama. Nothing good over there. So we looked at the heat detections and they seem to have stopped in that general area, but a little bit beyond. That could have been hot drifting smoke. So maybe that was protective, but we did see from where it says, 26 here, it's been running down all of these mountains down this way. And this is stuck for some reason. Let me see. Yeah, we're supposed to, sorry, let's get there. There you go. This is all out of date because this is the Modus and Veer satellites, but it's been running. So the current view, as you can see how I move my cursor around and you see the beam, like you like see where it goes. It's the camera's craning its neck to the southeast. It's resuming its southeastward march. Um, so it could run, who knows how long, maybe all the way towards Vale in this little valley where that's the seat of Malheur County. It's an incredible distance. Um, when I did the polygon tool measuring thing on CalTopo, and we can check CalTopo right now, you can see how much further it's already gone. So our camera is somewhere like here, like here, and it's looking all the way down that way as far as it can. So some of it may be drifting smoke that's hot, but usually not. Usually it means somewhere within the actual square, which is margin of error. They're all about this size. See this yellow one right here? Even if this tiny spot is on fire, the whole square will be lit. So that just gives you an idea of how difficult it is to pinpoint this. Having multiple camera views is what nails it for us, and then hearing firefighter chatter is the good confirmation. We can't hear a thing because that this county doesn't have any radios, and now we just have mainly the one camera, but the others just keep looking around like this one at Vale. I wonder if it's in rotation mode, but see how it's just not. The fire is maybe that is it. This big white glow is probably it. But why doesn't it look over at it? Come on. But so this camera, which was looking at it too, looking at Brogan, and just as it approached Brogan, it looks away and then just stops. It wasn't rotating, looking for new fires. It just looked away and stopped as if somebody went to bed. And so we were immensely frustrated. This is why I'm not going to watch it all night, because there's no way to actually know what the heck's going on. So hey, gently used Oreos, welcome. Said, would there be any information about the Bench Lake fire near? Excuse me, I have to move that. Red Fish Lake in Idaho. We can check on that by special request. Sure. Try to do a fire roundup. Basically, nutshell is I need to go to bed early because tomorrow and the next day might just be chaos with monsoonal moisture. Generation of dry lightning storms all the way from the eastern Sierras up to Siskiyou County too, maybe even Humboldt County. maybe Western Oregon, more likely Eastern Oregon. So if we go over to Idaho, I don't get updates for Idaho because I've you have to do it by county. Let's see, it's called the Redfish Lake Bench Lake Fire. Okay, Bench Lake Fire. I don't put Idaho on my notify me list because I have all the counties, pretty much all three western states on the coast. And then what I found out about Samsung's is they cap out at 24 notifications. So I get notified that 24 fires started, then nothing. And I'm already juggling that. So Idaho and Nevada are special requests. If we have time, like we do now, sure. So it's watch duty doesn't have much of a presence there. They have to have actual volunteers who are locals, mainly locals, who will monitor stuff and add it. We can move the satellite around and see if it's possible to get a view. No updates in 6 hours. So what I would do is see if there's a hashtag on the Twitter about it. What's at risk there? Is there like campgrounds, cabins, something like that? We can look at swing over there, Bench Lake, Idaho. So Modus and Veers are the only satellites that have been around. I don't know that GOES has been positioned there. Mainly seems to hang around the California the most. Vicki Lewis, is there anything historical site-wise in the way of the cow? Yeah. Yeah, Eastern Oregon has the most remains of history, like the pioneer eras, because it almost never rains. So wood preserves in Eastern Oregon, it pretty much rots to nothing in Western Oregon. So everywhere you look, you could basically get blindfolded. Somebody hands you a stone, throw it in any direction, you'll probably hit like an old homestead, an old cabin. Um, Old pioneer wagon trails, mines, and um, all sorts of things. Eastern Oregon, a Snapple lid back in the day said, when you know those Snapple facts underneath the Snapple lid. I found out they still make Snapple iced tea. Oh my gosh. Um, they were like half serious facts, not like, you know, gospel truth. I mean, it said, did you know Oregon has more ghost towns than any other state? Well, in the classification system, okay, what do you mean? Like Class C, like 100% abandoned, or Class D, like mostly abandoned? Like Class A is abandoned and there's no remains left. Class B means it's abandoned, but there's some rubble left. But so, like, what is your definition? And no, I don't think so. California has a lot more because in Texas, because they're bigger states. But there's a point to this. It's definitely in the top five, perhaps, for Western North America because of preservation and total abandonment. If you're thinking about Class C and B, so um, everywhere I drove, I was just want to stop and take pictures and explore. It's just crumbling old farmsteads and log cabins and the like. So what people don't know about Oregon, Eastern Oregon, is the weather is so extreme. When the pioneers got the free land, they had to give away free land in Oregon. Well, the Donation Land Claim Act to even get Oregon settled. When the pioneers came, you could get, I think you could claim 60 plus acres, 40 to 60 acres, but you had to improve the property and live on it for 3 to 6 years. I can't remember which. So that meant that you had to build a house and or like a barn at the very least, and a well or something, and maybe fencing. And then once you did that and spent time on it, and you had to be married, you had to have a family, and you had to be white. No Indians and black people allowed. That was the most horrible thing to find out about it. But but if you're married and heterosexual and white and improved the property and lived on it, verified lived on it, then you could own it, you get the keys, then you could sell it. So guess what everybody did? They sold immediately because even in June, tent camping. Sorry, I don't have a lot more to see here on the satellite um, about this place in Idaho. It maybe it's just not that big of a deal. Um, yeah, sure, gently. Do you know of a good place to get Idaho fire information? Like what county is this? We could look it up, and if it's a national forest, like oh, maybe we have a forest map. Sorry, we have a forest map. Er, er, okay. Now, if it's a national forest, they'll have a Facebook page. Sawtooth National Rec Area. Okay. Yeah, I've always wanted to go to the Sawtooth. Idaho's got a lot of good ghost towns too. Everybody forgets about Idaho, but they had gold rushes and stuff. Um, I've never really been through Idaho. Got a really good friend who lives there though. Let's see. We can find structures. Structures is the orange dots. So yeah, looks like the. Do they have an actual redfish lake Forest Service? They usually have an update right on there. Status is it's open. Um, Heavy usage. They have drinking water. Here, here's a link. I'd monitor this. They will first tell people there's a possibility of, of evacuation due to a fire. There will be a contact us somewhere here. And yeah, here's camping reservations. Call and say, if I camped here, is there like a fire nearby? They'll probably just tell you. That's probably the best way to get information there. But I don't, without a GOES satellite detection, I can't tell you if it's fierce or what it's doing, you know. So we can go back to, say, the rampaging Cow Valley fire by, we'll just say Brogan, Oregon. I don't know how they control the GOES satellites. Oh, it's trying to slow down to chug. Come on, internet. Oh, right. I'm in Forest Service map mode. You got to go out of that because the Forest Service doesn't have maps for where there's no forest. Imagine that. Um, yeah, that's what I do. I'd give them a call. That's the best way, and come back and see us and let us know how it is out there. We crowdsource the info. You guys should tell me about what the fires are doing. You have no idea how difficult it is to just keep uh, track of the notifications that are coming in through watch duty, keep track of chat, respond, get all the maps and make sure they're all displaying okay. And if you guys tell me what's going on, it's really helped me. Gently Used Oreos, nice name by the way. So I do trying to get updates for Idaho fires. It's not exactly current. Yeah, I'm not sure the county. Yep. It could be all right because shoot, let me go back to where we were. You know what I saw that was good? Redfish Lake, Idaho. The amount of rocky above tree line stuff here. So let's put on wind. So the wind is actually blowing it towards the campgrounds. Whoops. But if you go to level imagery, there's a lot of above tree line or just no trees, you know, um, or rocks, whatever we're seeing here. So lots of water for helicopter dipping and whatnot. So depending on if the wind blew the other way at some point, they might be able to light backfires and stop it. They got some options. Right now, unfortunately though, it's kind of going towards. That's supposed to be snow. I don't know. Kind of going somewhat towards the campgrounds. blowing towards the north, but it's a mild wind. It's less than 10 miles an hour. We might want to keep an eye on it. Let's going back to Brogan, um, and the massive, horrible, gigantic, huge, perhaps record-breaking fire that is the Cow Valley, and the march across the landscape. Let me play that time lapse for people if they don't know about it. It's not even as bad at this point as it was earlier. Like this little version of the one camera in the frame didn't even look at the fire. A little bit before 24 hours ago was just absolute insanity. Much of the landscape that we've been watching here, as I took millions of screenshots. We saw this is what it was like at first, and the aircraft was just slamming at huge aerial tankers. It was looking the same direction, due north, pretty much the whole time, and it was like bam. When I look back a little bit later, because that was from the time lapse, it just started marching across the landscape like that, and then later we had what we thought would be the camera burnover as it climbed up closer. And as dawn arrived, it started looking beautiful. Which, really weird, but we had a lovely dawn. But it was incredible that this huge panoramic view just couldn't even encompass the entire fire. Just absolutely insane. And it's still on fire. The nature of these fast-moving grass fires is if they travel along the ground, like here's the ultra-wide view. And now, if I pan over to the right, it's over there to the right. I believe. Let's see. Yeah, we got smoke over there to the right. See, there's that pole, right? So, whoops, wrong view. There's the pole. We've got smoke to the right now that's hot currently, but that was dawn. So, but this particular fire, indoor city lights or whatever, no, that is a fire by Brogan. Just past it. So this is in panorama view. This is what it looks like from very far away from the Blue Mountains. See how not see the black beam is the upper left-hand corner, right? The panorama view is the secondary camera, and you can just move your mouse to see where you are. Like that's where the moon is, almost due west and southwest. And that's the fire on landscape. It's not calibrated, mind you, so it's not. It would be a big orangey red kind of a glow to the naked eye. But heat and smoke and light is the same thing, the infrared. Like I said, we just is a live view. We can do nothing but watch. We can't track it very well. Yeah. So yeah. Gently Used Warrior says, I don't know why they unfortunately lost a water chopper yesterday to the bench lake. The pilot slammed ashore and injured. What? But it's still very oof of a situation. Is that where that happened? We lost somebody. Somebody died in a scooper. Blanco Lirio did the Blanco Lirio channel. Juan Brown did a video about it, but I was watching the Shelly meeting and couldn't catch it. I keep the questions coming, guys. We're just going to do a roundup, and the people actually watching, what you want to know about is what I actually will talk about first. So with the Shelly, I just wanted to reiterate that there was an amazing community meeting. I don't know what happened to the one that was planned yesterday, or if they just had the wrong date on the poster, or if I was confused, but they actually have one tonight, which surprised me. I was already at C Probe's place. This is a live look at the Shelly. We do our 12-hour. So let me write down this, what we're doing right now. I wish I could just go to bed after stream ends, but that's when I have a lot to do, which is like take the archive. I'm always recording at the same time that we're doing the stream. I have to take the recorded videos, put them in a folder, label them. I take out these. Notes that I have. Right now, I can't even make chapters to like tell people like when did I cover this fire, that fire topic, so that they can zoom up to them. Um, Instead of trying to watch a 7-hour broadcast to find out the 5 minutes of info they need. So I may just make little comments that say, here's the chapter guide, So I have to try to do this. What you guys could do to help me is get out your own piece of paper, like mods especially, or anybody else. Like, are you watching and you would want to refer this video to somebody else who's not watching? Like a portion? What you can do is look at the timestamp of the video. If you're on mobile, you'd have to tap the screen once, but you'll see how far are we into the video. So not the time, not the clock. I mean you can, but that's not the way to timestamp the video. What you do is you go and make a comment and you type in, like, say it was 35 minutes and 12 seconds where I began talking about a certain fire, right? So then you just type in 12 and then colon 35, right? 12 minutes, 35 seconds. And then you click on that, it becomes a clickable link and it jumps to that point in the video. So I'm trying to set that up, but the description of my video is usually where you make official chapters, but the next best thing is make comments with what time did I say what, right? And epic heroes of some really long videos like do the whole thing, and there's like 25 different timestamps for some other people's videos. I just want to put it out there. You can help me that way because I totally forget. I know that it's frustrating that I was asleep. She covered a fire. Oh, for 7 hours. I can't watch that. Let's look back at the Fort Jones cam. With Shelly, there's a sobering. It's partly hilarious. Community meeting is worth watching for get out your popcorn and watch the drama unfold. There was a bit of a troll. That lady who stood up in the background, I was like, I don't see that you guys are actually trying to do anything. Are you actually trying to put the fire out? Doesn't look like it. Oh my god. Epic response. But also it was very sad and sobering in other spots. I had to watch the very beginning because I was at Steve Probe's place. He was trying to feed me a good baked salmon dinner. Thank you, friend, for the kind donations and keep me fed. So you can see it was extremely smoky. They were talking about the abysmal air quality in the Fort Jones area. That is a double-edged sword. It stopped some of the airplanes from dropping where they wanted to and doing retardant. So they did start out the meeting like that. And then they had a slop over. So that was the first thing they mentioned. I have to go back and try to figure out where and when they increased an evacuation notice somewhere. And what horrified me, skipped to the very end, like an hour later, they handed the microphone to people who had questions in chat. So this is our current view. And I clicked on this a few times throughout the day and realized there's nothing we can pretty much live cover because we can't see anything. But as soon as it goes into nighttime infrared, you can look at it, get a little bit of an assessment for anybody that needs to know what happened, especially after the community meeting. I wish I had live streamed it, but I just wasn't home yet. So I got the information for you. They had a slop over. So what horrified me was at the very end, a guy said, I watched my neighbors pack up and start moving away and start leaving. I never got a notification to evacuate. Nobody came and knocked on the door. Nobody called me. Nobody did anything. You have all these fancy maps up here that you pointed to, but how do we see them? You know, they had a good briefing map that showed where dozer lanes were, all this, evacuation zones. He goes, you don't hand these to the public. We don't know what you're talking about. We don't know where the fire is from day to day. We don't know how close it is. I never got notified. How are people supposed to know they have to leave or not? And it was kind of like a stunned silence kind of response, like, you didn't get notified to leave? And they said, well, aren't you checking social media? Uh, then they said, well, that's one of the things where I hate it. These meetings and all the updates are on Facebook, and you have to have an account, which means you have to be computer savvy. You have to have a computer, and you have to have internet service. And the vast majority of my viewers and the people who live near these fires are over the age of 65, 55 to 65. Why have a computer if you've got no internet, right? Um, and a lot of people just have a cell phone and they use it like 3 times a year. It stays off. It's in the glove box of the car, and they use it if it's an emergency. You know, they buy a minute plan, like 100 minutes for the last 12 months. Because if you don't have good cell phone service where you live, then why the heck would you have one? So, what time and time again, this is why we do what we do here on the stream. Is I'm not blaming people. I know that they took his comment seriously and said, look, we're working on that. We're going to improve. And we are putting signs around the town, bulletin boards, and you can check them every day. Well, he didn't know that existed either. So they explained where they were putting the bulletin boards and actually printing out stuff. But man, seniors are totally lost here and in the dark. Do not ever assume your neighbors know that there's a fire coming. Never. Check on your neighbors. Even if you hate them, check on your neighbors because you won't be able to live with yourself otherwise. Doesn't matter. Put that aside. It's human beings helping human beings, right? Um, and if you like can't for some reason, they have like savage dogs or something, you need to call the sheriff's office and say, hey, such and such may not even know. I don't see them preparing. They not understand the danger. Check on them. And the sheriff thankfully said with the Shelly fire meeting that he'll be happy to go, A, check on your property, B, check on an animal that you may not have been able to evacuate, you know, C, retrieve something for you, like medication if possible. Um, and D, you know, go check on neighbors who may have been left behind. So this is why we do what we do. Time and time again, the reverse number one system fails. My friend died because he never got a call. He never even knew what the wildfire was called, what started it. He was woken up in the middle of the night by a red glow in his window and tap, 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 tap on his window pane. He wakes up, he sees the red glow of the fire coming, and it's already on the property. The roof is already on fire. He didn't know that because of the embers. The car in the driveway was already on fire. That is basically the way fire. That is what happens to a lot of people. The reverse 911 system fails. It requires cell phone towers to still exist, but fire can oftentimes just chew right through them before they can even press that button. Same thing with the landline. Same thing with the power poles, where you can lose any of the three and all three, and somebody is totally in the dark. That happened to Cascade Fire, pretty close to civilization. You know, Bangor and Loma Rica, two small towns, kind of close to where Lake Wildwood was just there, pretty close to U.S. City, Marysville, and Orville. And that is what happened, and that's why people died there. Same thing with Paradise, though. They had an epic, amazing early warning system that they tested all the time. They were so confident that it worked that they were telling people the very morning that Paradise burned down, yeah, be packed, and then if we need you to leave, we'll call you a second time. No need to leave right now. So a lot of people just sat there waiting for that call, not knowing that the fire already chewed through the phone lines, already destroyed the cell phone towers and the power. Of course, had already been out. Every once in a while, the lucky people, they're like, why is the phone ringing? Picked it up and found out that it was dead. So, yeah, hey, good night, Ear Hubble. Thanks for coming here. I just wanted to reiterate that never assume people know, ever. And if they are not aware of the dangers, you need to let law enforcement know that they're not aware of the dangers. In small communities, at least, everybody knows everybody, at least, that they can actually do that. A lot of the law enforcement will come from other places. We're going to look at the Cow Creek. This is still the live view of that. Excuse me, Cow Valley. Um, they'll get help. They get help from other law enforcement agencies. So at least the sheriff can coordinate and send somebody else, even if there's a fire on some neighborhood's doorstep. They know what to do, but they can't send the appropriate amount of people if they don't know who is behind or maybe unaware of a situation. So if you know about people that just don't do the internet, right? Don't do social media, they're the most vulnerable. So um Andrea M says, thank you for linking the Watch Duty app in the description. What a lifesaver. Thank you for what you do and all the mods. Thank you so much, Andrea M. Thanks for the pat on the head. It keeps us going just knowing that we're helping people. My mods are saints, man. There's total free volunteers here with just their free time. I've always been blown away. I can't do anything without them. I expected to do Firestream for like 2 weeks and it would be crisis. The once in a lifetime crisis would be over, right? With the Labor Day storms of 2020. The only way that I decided I could go on, um, as everybody said, we're here to help you do it. Donors, mods, people who educated me. Wesley says, hi, how you doing? Irabel says it was a woman pilot scooper in a plane in Montana. She's the one who died. Oh no. Um, and what happened to the chopper? Did it sink in Idaho? Did it actually sink? Yeah, I actually called for the creation of an app that basically outlined what Watch Duty should be, and then it appeared, and I was like, sweet. Either great minds think alike, or somebody actually listened to me for once. I don't care that I'm not credited. It may be a total coincidence, but I kept saying on my stream again, I think it should have this feature and that feature, and all of a sudden it's got these features. I'm really proud of them. I'm like, yeah, keep doing that. Today, Watch Duty was mentioned at the Shelly meeting too, and they said the firefighters themselves says, yeah, we use it a lot. They had by the way, at Shelly Fire, a lot of people got freaked out, or alarmed, I should say. I mean, I use that term really loosely. This is our live view that there was a huge, enormous spot of heat and whatnot. And so they contacted Watch Duty, and it was an error. Same thing with the lake fire. There were errors about missing heat detections, inaccurate, penciled in um, perimeters, missing, and then erroneous heat detection. So it's not Watch Duty's fault. It's where they pull the data automatically from a different website. So at least they said on Watch Duty that it was happening, but people had to be reassured at the Shelly meeting is still not looking great at the Shelly as far as the forecast is coming. So they added more. He had an overall sobering meeting where I can't remember his name now, he got up and took the microphone and said, people have ideas about what they think the fire will be like when it comes to them if they don't evacuate. And he praised people for mostly evacuating. And you know what? Sometimes when people are blamed for not evacuating, they didn't know. Like I said, they didn't know to evacuate. That is the dirty little secret. Some people didn't evacuate Paradise because they never knew the fire was there. Like there was an old gentleman who, like, I remember Paradise happened in November 8th, right? 2018. There was a news crew who was driving around the aftermath of Paradise. In the periphery of town, like the little rural properties, tucked behind hills and stuff, they found smoke coming from a chimney and thought, who the heck came back and violated, the the road closures and all that, right? They knocked on the door. There was an old man who answered the door who said, hi, how can I help you? And they go, well, why did you evacuate? He goes, evacuate from what? Would you like some coffee? I thought all my neighbors just suddenly left for a vacation. It was really weird. So, I mean, sometimes people don't cooperate, but sometimes people just don't freaking know. So, this one gentleman speaker, he explained that he lost 6 friends to wildfire and 2 different occasions. They never made it past their driveway. That was a big sobering. Oh my God. She goes, people have different ideas about what it'll be like if fire comes, that they'll see it coming from a distance, they'll have some time, that they'll be able to drive quickly down the road. He goes, no, you won't be able to see 15 feet in front of you. That's what I keep telling people. You'll be in the smoke. And a couple, 2 of his friends who were a couple, got in their car and they couldn't even see past the end of their bumper, and they wrecked and got stuck on their own gate. Couldn't even see to get in between the gates, and then the fire overswept them and they died in their car. A second person ran out of his burning home and didn't make it past the driveway to get to the car parked, presumably in the driveway. So people don't realize you cannot see a fire. It's invisible. It is. You can see this right now. And then if you go back to the time lapse, this is what it's like with the naked eye. Can you see a fire? Now you can see it. Can't see it? Now you can see it. So what people think is it's going to be clear. It's going to be this big old glow. You're going to be able to see it in the distance. You'll be able to kind of eyeball how fast it's coming to you. Now think of it as a rain-wrapped tornado. Fires are primarily invisible. And when you see the red flames, it's way too late to run. You would have to shelter in place at that point, and not in your home, which is not a good place, but shelter in the nearest safe place. So if you don't have one of those things, a rock solid, I'm betting my life I can survive right here, locations within walking distance of your house, don't count on surviving. Leaving by vehicles a window of opportunity that closes, and don't count on anybody being able to contact you or warn you or get to you. So, I mean, this is why these sobering things exist. So they kept telling people that we know you want to go back to your homes. Sometimes you could contact the sheriff's office. They can arrange on a good day for you to be escorted, get something, fix something, and go back to safety. But the evacuation orders are there for a reason, and it's not a controlled situation. They're working primarily in the east and in southeast lines to try to protect Etna and other places. And look back at what's going on in Eastern Oregon here. But the reality check, is what they had to do for the community. A good bright spot though of the Shelly community meeting was how many structures have been lost was a question, and they go none, and so it just happy applause erupted, and that was really cool to see. Earbull says they lost a scooper plane. It was a small one. Well, I heard we lost somebody. Somebody died. Rob Langsdorff, hey, welcome. Says, has the Vista fire burned into the Mount Baldy ski area? So who actually just died? Recent firefighting thing? I thought it was a plane. Yeah, firefighting pilot killed in a small plane crash in Montana. Don't ask me why some Las Vegas freaking what the hell? Yeah, yeah, it was a mini an air tractor with skis. That, oh, this is just a stock picture. That's showing something from Greece. The pilot was part of a crew fighting the nearby Horse Gulch fire, 600-acre human-caused blaze in dense timber in the Helena Lewis and Clark National Forest, 5 miles south of the town of York. No containment. We're deeply saddened to learn of the passing of the young female wildland firefighter who tragically lost her life responding there. Said the governor. Our first responders and wildland firefighters put their lives on the line every day to quickly respond to threats, protect our communities. It's a true act of bravery to run towards a fire. Yeah, that's why everybody was so kind of mad the lady who stood up in the back of the Shelly meeting and said, I don't see that you guys are actually doing anything to put it out. Thank God somebody else took the mic and said, actually, lady, I don't see how you could fail to see that there's been more fire crews here than ever in the history of our town. I don't see how you could fail to notice that there's like 2,000 plus firefighters, or how you could fail to appreciate that they're there risking their lives every day for us. It was like, sit down, shut up, basically. But people applauded that, and then the guys took the microphone and said, "Well, thank you. That means a lot to us. Really, you gotta support them. They are going through hell to help you. That, very figuratively, but not too far away from literal hell. I mean, I'm sure hell could be worse, but in some situations, not by much." Um, so Earable says, "Yeah, it was her first solo run to the drop. It's okay. I mean, it's recent news. Let's look at the Vista fire real quick. Rob Lingsdorf wants to look at the area by Mount Baldy. I haven't been covering it too much because it just there's not a lot to say about it. They have not changed their evacuation updates that I could tell. They had favorable weather today. They're able to put in more hand lining, continue to mop up the edges. But the thunderstorms tomorrow, expected in the evening with wind gusts, up to 30 miles an hour. This weather will present challenges. Just hold onto your butts, strap in, get your 4-point harness in. All the western states, it's thunderstorm time. Anyway, the nutshell, what you need to know about the Shelly is it could all get much worse tomorrow. We have to figure out what happened with the slop over. We'll watch the beginning of that meeting, and then I'll fast forward to the very funny parts. There's some amazing funny parts, but there's some sobering sad ones. But I want to know what happened with their slop over and where. And how bad is it? Oh, quickly, we'll return to that. Maybe the nighttime helicopter is there. Let's just check. What's that? Hey, hey. Speaking of the devil, there's a firehawk at nearly midnight. Awesome. Yeah. Yeah, Dr. Elephant, hold on to your butts. And by the way, there's a drinking game here on the stream. Milk. Okay. I don't drink, so it's a milk drinking game. It is, if anybody ever says masticate, look, this is nothing gross, right? Masticators are my favorite new technology where it's the turning a tractor into this crazy Swiss Army knife of a high efficiency brush clearing unit, right? So it's taking a caterpillar and it has a grab arm, right? And so it can grab like a small tree or bush. And the grab arm holds it. And there's a buzz saw at the bottom that goes, and it'll cut it off from, its roots, right? And then it tilts it sideways. And then the rest of the thing is a wood chipper. It goes, and it turns a hazard bush or tree instantly into wood chips and mulch for fertilizing the land. And it is how they help make lines just ASAP, like super quick. And that efficiency is how firefighting becomes affordable, especially prep. But it's funny. It's called a masticator. That means to chew. Mastication is to chew. Nom, 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 nom. So it's like the bush eater or the tree eater. So we thought that was a funny thing. So whenever officials say, we're up there masticating the bushes, take a shot. Take a shot. They said about 5 times. So the joke was, I was getting text messages saying, I'm watching the Shelly community meeting. Are you drunk yet? And I'm like, no, I just consumed half a gallon of milk, though. But anyway. So, Yeah, that's so sad, Arable. Um, hey, Shunati, how are you? Good evening. I've barely slept, and I've trying to do a roundup of the fires. Sorry, I'm behind on my emails. I saw you emailed me. Thank you so much. Um, we're doing a special quick look at the Vista Fire in San Bernardino County. A lot of people are very fond of Mount Baldy, but I've seen no new evacuation uh, um, no new evacuations like ever um, updated. And it stayed at a relatively small acreage. They had a good favorable day, but the thunderstorms are going to make challenges, right? So whether or not this area survives or gets bigger or it jumps around is it's all going to be tomorrow is the day to figure that out. So I don't know that we've ever had any good cams to particularly look at it. Oh, cool. Here's a video. All right, I'm going to turn down the volume a lot. It's always like a screechy whine. Brought to you by me paying for every month like $14 for ad-free premium YouTube. Brought to you ad-free. Check out that drop. So this is what's going on in that Mount Baldy area. It's a helicopter retardant drop, which is a little bit unusual, but hey, we like it. Very difficult area to work in, as you can see. So we'll see what's going on. This is, oh my God, severed heads. What does YouTube think I want to watch? I don't want to watch anything that has to do with severed heads. I mean, I watch crime videos, but not. I don't want to watch crime videos about severed heads. The world's deadliest theme park, deadliest cat, Game of Thrones, Amelia Earhart. Okay, that's not her play, so that's clickbait. I don't know. I don't. The Valencia apartment disaster of 2024. Oh God. Oh God. Terrifying discoveries of Mount Everest. That's clickbait. Okay, I'm leaving YouTube. Ah, weird. All right. But there's that video there. Maybe that Watch Duty has a channel, so click on that and you might want to subscribe. I just found out. I mean, they didn't have that many subscribers, so that would be cool, to subscribe to their Watch Duty thing. Remember, subscribe here, you'll never find us again. And thumbs up. So that was their quick reaction force video. There's a Facebook San Bernardino National Forest if you want to get more info. But that's a lot of quite a challenging area to work in. As you can see, what is that? Mount Harwood is 9,538 feet. Whoa. Really? Seriously? 9,538 feet is a ski hut. It's kind of flabbergasting. A lot of people just don't think that 9,000 feet. Is this real? A lot of people don't know that there are ski resorts by LA and Pasadena. Like, what? Yeah. San Bernardino County has like Mojave Desert stuff and ski resorts. Oh, Big Al says there's new perimeter. It's on Google Maps. Okay. We have to go back and check out the approaching flames situation. Let's see the other cam is still not looking at it. Hi. This is live. This is Cow Valley. I keep saying Cow Creek. I do not mean that. Sorry. It's Larch Creek fire in Cow Valley. We have to do a roundup of Larch Creek. So this jumps around a bit, but we looked at the Mount Baldy. I'm letting chat lead me. So just tell me what you need to know about, and then go to bed. And hopefully I can go to bed early. I had a goal to go to bed by midnight, so let's try to do this. The Sierras are higher down there. That's mind blowing. I never really looked at the elevation. Hey, Peace Stuff, welcome back. You're really scared about the lightning strikes in Central Sierra. Yeah, it's red flag. Hold on to your butts. You know, you just tell yourself, I've done all I can do, so I can rest. I can tell your body this. I can relax until there's a reason to not be. That's why you need to do all you can do, so you can be in that state. So your body won't trust you, and it won't stop the adrenaline if you truly are not prepared. But if you really are, it'll be like, oh, okay. Yeah, what you need to do is treat your own body like it's a horse that you need to calm and get spooked. You have to settle it down because it has its own separate kind of nervous system from your conscious mind. It's the one that's like the animal part of you, the more primitive version, and then we have a separate layer, the extra layer of the mammal brain that we have, you know. So, um, but like for example, if you if somebody has a broken leg on the trail, it's not like in movies where somebody yanks their leg and snaps it back together and they scream to set a bone. It's actually a gentle and kind, easy process that doesn't hurt that much. That's Hollywood, right? So what a person does is they try to stroke their leg a little bit, like rub it, calm it down. All of the muscles on the leg where the break happened are tense, like ultra tense. So that one individual part of the body is afraid. It is expecting more violence. And the way that you work with it is you like tell it to be calm by rubbing and gently massaging and the slow breathing of the victim and getting them to relax and gently starting to tug and pull until everything gets back together. Then you set it and split. All right. And so learning about medical first aid, sort of things like that, and then looking deeper into it, like why does that work? It's you got to treat your own body in different parts of it. Like if you have a terrible stomach ache or some other part, actually, like therapists and others say, like to get the stomach muscles to relax, you touch, and you can do little relaxation techniques. Like say your shoulders are tense and you gotta go to sleep, so you would be like, okay, on the count of three, this muscle will relax. You count down 3, 2, 1, and then you flick it with your hand. Flick it. Easier to do. Practice on your stomach muscles because that's easier to do. But then you can practice that technique and you can get any muscle to just go into relaxed mode. So you can talk to individual body parts if you're injured like that. Um, this helps. You know, if you have like a incredible stomach cramp, like I used to experience, like hiatal hernia cramps, right? But if you just can't sleep or you're just up and tense, just talk to your subconscious and be like, look, we already did everything we do. We can relax now. It'll believe you and be like, okay. And this will get better the more and more you practice. So just practice relaxing to save your strength and save your energy. So easier said than done. Just you know me. You know how I have a problem with relaxing. Okay. Okay, thank you, Big Al, for the perimeter map. Let's go look at it. Yeah, Google Maps, that's not a bad one. Let's see if it reflects accurately. So Willow Creek, this is updated 19 minutes ago. So did they actually, well, we go back to the cow. I was looking at Willow Creek, the town. It's spread south of it, even south of Dennis. Okay, I'll show you what I'm looking at in a second. Let's see if Watch Duty has it. Thanks, Big Al. Um, Google Maps is not what I would bet my life on about having the most up-to-date info. But if they're pulling from the same National Interagency Fire Center, you know, see how it's, in fact, if I zoom in, the words get smaller. See what I mean by Willow Creek? So it's actually south of Dennis, the perimeter. And if we look at our current view here, Yeah. Yeah, I wish we could. I wish we could know how close something is in the beam. We just know its general direction. That's strange that there's a little heat detection down there in Vale. I don't know that that's related. It's probably unrelated on that map. Um, cool, Big Al. Thanks. They've got a nice, neat and tidy kind of line to it. If you go to Caltopo, what you do is you go to perimeters only, and let's compare Caltopo. I don't think Caltopo is updated as much as the Google map is, interestingly. So if we put it on, like, why doesn't it tell us what the names of the communities are? We need new map layers. Let's get the wind off there. The wind's erratic, but it's blowing to the east southeast rather than due southeast. Look, see how it spills over the landscape. It's been mostly traveling towards the southeast this fire, but every once in a while it makes runs for the valley area, like it could possibly be doing right now. We just can't even see it. We would have to have the other two cameras in view to triangulate. Why can't we see the names of towns? TF Outdoors is rip. They used to have the Google Map layers in Caltopo, and apparently Google didn't like that, and it became like a pro feature, or they took it away. But it's about time to I think spend some of the donation money. Thank you so much for your kind donations, and let's stop playing around and get the Caltopo Pro. I know that there's different tiers. I'll have to look at it. Um, hey, Access, how you doing? No, Willow Creek in Oregon. Willow Creek town in Oregon. This is a gigantic 80,000 acre fire. So 80,000 acres in 24 hours. Yeah. So expect turbulence. Expect a bumpy ride from the new incoming. Sorry, this is like bright, but I believe Dennis and Willow Creek are down here. So I think maybe we have a discrepancy in perimeter. I would think that they would draw from the same source. There's also a very good chance that I don't know this. I'm just taking a guess that Google Maps is just kind of painting a big broad brush, like the fire's generally here on the landscape, because it's like for navigation, right? It's for navigating people away, mostly people using it to drive and figure out bus routes. And it doesn't have to, it's not a fire tracker. So maybe it's just sort of like painting a huge spot on the landscape instead of an accurate one. I don't know. What all I know is that this thing is spreading unchecked and wild. And the bigger that they draw on the map where the fire like might be, the more accurate it is because it's unchecked, wild, and enormous. It will continue spreading until something stops it. So what we have to wait for is they have to explain what's going to stop it and where. Not being there, I don't know if there's any pre-made fire breaks, any natural drainages, canyons, or anything that would stop it. The luckiest of the lucky good fortune, like I put this at very unlikely, would be this dry lightning thunderstorm thing. Maybe rains portions of it out just because of pure luck. There will be a little bit of rain with these thunderstorms, but with the 55-mile-an-hour wind gusts scheduled, it'll mostly be bad, I imagine. But I've seen weird miracles happen in Eastern Oregon where I'm camping in June and the thunderstorms come by and there's just lightning all around like it's daytime. and it's flashing and striking and flashing and striking, and there were no fewer than 16 or 17 different wildfires started around me, and mostly to the north and northwest. I'm like, oh God, do we need to drive south? Pack up the tent, let's go. We're holding the tent down because it was about to blow away. And then torrential rain, and all of them got rained out, just psh, and hail, psh, and then the storm went past. It was all over. Just like, holy crap! I was terrified. I thought we'd be struck by lightning at any moment. So, Cal Topo perimeter was last updated at 11 in the morning. Yeah, that's because I don't think anybody knows. Until there's a true mapping plane that goes by, nobody knows. But it's the same thing on launch duty. So if I had to just guess, it's not more accurate than on Google Maps. They just drew a more. I'm guessing. I think they just drew a big broad outline because it's false sense of security. If this is technically correct that this is an unburned pocket, it's not good to give people the impression that that's a safe pocket to go into. Firefighters won't go in there. They don't go into pockets. They will cross the T. They don't go in there. They don't go in. They don't get surrounded by fire. That's nuts. You don't walk into a place where you're about to be surrounded. They're like an army. That's Battle of the Bulge right there. You know what the Bulge is? A bridge too far. Like when the Allies went too deep into German territory, like they had a successful push. Hey, let's go, and they crossed a bridge, only for the Germans to close in behind them and block it. Oh crap! We are completely surrounded. We took our victory and turned it into a defeat. So what fire crews will do is they may make a line in between here, like to try to stop it. I'm not saying right here. I'm saying in any situation. They'll get in front of it, they'll draw a straight line to stop it, but they won't go in the pocket. So what I think Google Maps can do is, it's fine that they just draw a big round area that the fire's generally here. Don't go there. Yeah, Big Al says, going to check NIFC site for a better map. Hey, DiscoverX, how you doing? Hello. Dirty Tree Rat, welcome back. People in the Sierras need to be aware tomorrow. Widespread dry lightning and thunderstorms. Yeah, hold on to your butt, strap in. I'm your captain. I have turned on the fasten safety belt sign. Hey, is there a way to get a sound effect for that? I would love it. Sound effect of the fasten safety belt. Sound effects, fasten seat belts. Airplane seat belt chime. Now I need a voice filter. This is your captain speaking. Turbulence is ahead. So Rob Langsdorff says, and thank you for checking on that, Big Al, because if we do have a better map, that's good. But I wouldn't think that we will have one until maybe 2 in the morning. Let's see if the current crazy view of the fire is different. This is live. You can click back frames, go forward. People haven't seen the insanity. Even now, the 24-hour one doesn't show the approaching or how they hit it with aerial tankers. It was so crazy that it came, it blitzed, 15 miles south and nearly burned over the camera in the same day. It was just like, wow. And that wasn't really with the wind, but the wind shifted, so it didn't have to be. So this was dawn. And at dawn, we saw it finding new fuels with some big columns, but I said, screw it, I'm going to bed. And this is what I want to do, is I want to go to bed. Because tomorrow, hold on to your butts and fasten your safety belts. Okay. So Big Al is going to check on the map. Cool. Which other fires do we need to check on? I know Lake is what we haven't done yet. to look back at this Cow Valley again at 0144. At least those towns, Willow Creek, Jameson, Brogan, and they're heavily irrigated, so that's perfect fire defense. Oh, thanks for the little hearts, guy. You're so right, Dirty Tree Rat. Let's look at the satellite and current radar. I don't expect to see anything forming, but hey, we got all the crazy red flag and excessive heat watches and warnings. All of Malheur County and stuff is total red flag. Let's see if they've changed it where the enormous 80,000 or so acre Cow Valley fire is. Oh, we forgot Larch Creek. It's just east of Mount Hood. Okay. Yeah, it was issued 19 hours ago. No real update. Nothing really different. So noon. It's in effect from noon, basically, to 8 on the 13th. Wait. Then it says there's 19 hours and 48 minutes remaining. So that doesn't make any sense. The red flag warning is from 7:13, which is, oh, it's just after midnight. Okay. I'm still thinking it's the 12th. All right. It does make sense. Welcome to the 13th. It's Saturday the 13th, isn't it? At least it's not Friday the 13th. Oops. The red flag warning in effect till 8 p.m. today, the 13th, Saturday, for lightning and fire weather zones, blah, blah, blah. All of Malheur County and much of eastern Oregon, just think of it that way. National Weather Service in Boise issues it for scattered thunderstorms with little to no precipitation and abundant lightning. Possible Saturday and Sunday. Outflow winds 50 to 55 miles an hour. Thunderstorms. Percentage of the coverage of thunderstorms 15 to 25%. Timing. Fire red flag warning from noon to 8. And then fire weather watch Sunday afternoon to Sunday evening. Fire weather watch. It's been so dry, it's almost the same thing. Like orange flag, red flag. Just hold on to your butts. Fire weather watch means critical fire weather conditions are possible. Red flag warning means they are happening now. So fire weather watches oftentimes are just immediately become red flag. We got it for most of the Sierras too. Let's see, I'm reading the weather. An hour and 48 minutes of the stream. Okay. Gusty erratic winds possible in the Sierras from Tahoe to the Stanislaus National Forest west of the Sierra Crest. Northern Sierra including Tahoe and El Dorado National Forest. And then south of there, west of the Sierra Crest. Red flag is from 5 a.m. this morning, so 5 hours from now, to 8 p.m. And then it probably transitions to the fire weather watch. Same difference, just about the same difference. National Weather Service in Sacramento issued this red flag warning. It's for the thunderstorms, strong outflow winds, which is in effect 5 a.m. Saturday to 8 p.m. Sunday, Affected areas, we just explained. Isolated dry thunderstorms are expected both days of the weekend with greatest risk Saturday. Welcome to Hell Saturday. Hold on to your butts. Gusty erratic winds will be possible in and near these thunderstorms. Well, that's because they're thunderstorms. Impacts. Lightning can create new fires. Really? And may combine with gusty winds to create a fire that rapidly grows in size and intensity. So, preparedness, precautionary actions. A red flag warning means critical fire weather conditions are either occurring right now or they will shortly. It's from a combo of strong winds, low humidity, and warm temperatures. These can all contribute to extreme fire behavior. There is no worse word than extreme to describe fires. That's when they're volcanic monsters. So hold on to your butt. So what does this mean? I hope the royal doesn't fan up. I have a little bit of a concern about that. That one in Placer County by Snow Mountain west of Truckee. We should check on their containment percentage. Right now, we got winds off the coast, which we have had. They do not seem to be going on shore in Santa Barbara, though. Good. Santa Barbara's at a lull right now. I imagine that means it's extremely smoky down there, which has been a blessing. Even though it's smoky and you choke on it down there, just like the people at the Shelly did today. Again, it's a bit of a blessing. It means the fire is a bit moderated. It chokes on the smoke too. And so that buys firefighters time. A double-edged sword that maybe you can't get all the aircraft in there that you want. But at least they have time. Time to prep structures, call in new crews, do their thing. People have time to evacuate, check on stuff, blah, blah, blah. Time is the thing that is mostly needed. So that's looking good. Let's look at current winds and conditions near the Shelly. Lazy wind, so probably a lot of smoke still there too. But like I said, this is a calm before the storm. At least it's buying them time. And anybody who has looked at the last couple of days, which were godsends for the weather for the Shelly and the lake, anybody who thinks, oh, the danger is past, yeah, please don't mistake the calm before the storm for any sort of a day to go boating. So, on the ocean, the hurricane is coming. So these fires will be quite active. They likely will be fanned up. It'll be unknown. Hey, bruh. Yo, Catherine Happy said it. Thank you, bruh. Oh shoot, we were gonna look at the what we may have made by now. You got super hearts, friends. Everybody who's donated. Count right now is $30 on Super Chat. And if I've missed you right now on PayPal, Cash App, or Venmo, which is the links or the pinned message in the chat. Wait, did I not pin the message in the chat? Is it up there? Did I screw it up? Oopsie. Anyway, the description of the video. I'm so sorry. It's real hard to keep up. I'm sick and I've had 5.5 hours of sleep. I was about to go right back to bed after eating dinner, but the Shelly fire was a bit kind of sobering. The update. This is our current view of what is happening near Cow Valley. So let's do a quick Larch Creek update. And I super appreciate your support. We're gonna go back and put in chat what else you want me to look at. We will try to wrap this as soon as possible. Hopefully it's not too long of a video where people can, go back and look in the morning. I'm sure many people went to bed, of course. Larch Creek got, they got an update today. And I was liking what I was seeing, that even though it's 13,816 acres, just due east of Mount Hood here by Tygh Valley, and it's a weird squiggle pattern. You can see that I'm not sure where it originated. Maybe it was up there. It looks like it ran a ridge line, which is, and they maybe were able to stop it from spreading out on each side of it. But that's, I would like to look at the progression map actually of that. Let's go see Tygh Valley. Tygh Alley order. All right, let's click on Veer's progression map. So if you do Veer's progression, it's got a color code of the hottest temperatures and the most recent activity. And remember, Veers and Modus we're lucky if they pass by even once a day. Coldest colors are the oldest, like where it originated from in general, until they run out of colors and they go back to the spectrum, like with the enormity of the Caldors. So this um, deepest purple might be, or coldest blue might be the oldest. It might have spread, I mean, purple's a little bit of a warmer color. Might have spread slightly towards the north again, but not really, not much. And then lighter color blues, and then greens. The colors seem to be typically are the same day, right? So even though there's just one green dot for that day, and green dots are over here, that just means where it was most active that day. You know, where did it spread more that day? And that can be in different places on the same fire. So looks like the west side, if this map is accurate, the general concept had the biggest activity either today or yesterday. You know, mind you, we don't know how often the virus comes by. So Rob Langsdorff says, Andrea M says, moral of the story, hold on to your butts. Yes, and strap in because it's going to be a bumpy ride. This is your captain speaking. That's my new favorite button to push. Uh, Rob Langsdorff says, every 5 seconds you count tells you how many miles the lightning strike hit from you. Oh, yikes. I remember there was a funny joke. Which movie was it where they go, oh, let's count the next lightning strike, and it goes flash. And he goes, 1, and then boom, the sonic boom sounds. That was chilling. Which movie was that? So, we can go back to, you know, perimeters are always outdated. They're updated maybe once a day. We got all photospheres, perimeter. We do have a yellow, which is somewhere between 1 and, or maybe 2 to 6 hours ago, that there was an actual ghost heat detection on the west side. So let's take a look. They had a really rough day yesterday. Well, not the 11th. This is now just after midnight on the 13th. They had a really rough day on the 11th where all their progress just kind of crumbled towards, trying to keep it from going south. They had to, I believe, evacuate the fairgrounds where they had the livestock. I'm not really clear on that. But that was where they had a livestock shelter. It's ran right up to it, I guess. So they're now saying that you go other places for shelters, Maupin, Hood River. So White East Road, Hood River Fairgrounds is where they were telling people to go, and Sherman County Fairgrounds at Morrow. And they had very specific information about which roads were safe to take and which were not. They were like, okay, if you're already at X place, don't go north. And it was a little bit chilling when I was reading all that. So the 11th, which is basically yesterday, right after midnight, was very tough. But they used scooper planes and all kinds of aircraft right even past the edge of darkness. They did everything they could. So crews took advantage of calmer winds today to make with additional resources, Larch Creek. I forgot to make a note. Air resources supported the crews on the ground with helicopters, single-engine air tankers, and the scoopers. And on the north side, they reinforced the line. Efforts on the east side allowed Highway 216 to be reopened. The challenges remain on the southwest portion of that fire, where crews are working to build line across steep terrain and a canyon. Like I said, Eastern Oregon, like every creek, even if it's tiny, is in a big canyon. Because of what happened during the Ice Age with the floods. They're so massive, they scoured all of the drainages to extreme depth. even though they don't really fill with water anymore and haven't for about 10,000 years. There's usually trickles in the bottom of really steep canyons. But that tends to be where the roads are. So it's very frightening in Eastern Oregon. You can never really see the horizon when you're traveling from place to place in some of these canyons. And you just like won't see stuff coming, right? And it makes it challenging to actually get water access. They could be fighting right next to a creek and not be able to use any of the creek water. Suicide to and inappropriate to try to scoop or dip out of them, or only some places you could do a helicopter dips. Like the scoopers are going to the Columbia, like all the way to the Columbia, up by the Dalles. There's just nothing else to do. So tomorrow, firefighters will prioritize building and strengthening lines in the southwest, engage in direct attack where possible. Structural task forces continue tactical patrol. Cooler temps, particularly overnight, should aid these efforts. They'll seek to gain as much ground as possible before the anticipated weather shift could bring an increase in the gusty wind. Yes, hold on to your butts. Additional resources continue to arrive, and fire camp has been expanded at the Tygh Valley Rodeo Ground. Fire managers in Larch Creek Fire will host a public meeting tomorrow at 7 at the high school in Maupin. This will offer community members the opportunity to hear more about everything. Spanish language interpretation is available, but it's in person. There's no virtual options. I would hope they just film it and upload it later. I mean, anybody, they could just set up a cell phone on a desk if they really had to and upload it later. But sometimes that's the way it is. So we've seen their evacuation maps get big initially, then they shrank back, and then they expanded much larger on the 11th when they had that hard day. So hold on to your butts. I don't know if they will have true thunderstorm potential here. But we will see. We could check real quick my radar. You still with us, Big Al? Still awake? What does radar scope say about the situation? Thanks for looking stuff up for us. Okay, Larch Creek Fire by Tygh Valley and I forget which county this is. Is this the Chutes? Wasco? Yeah, the Friend and Dufur area has 16-mile-an-hour wind gusts currently from the northwest, but almost a dead calm, maybe 4-hour lazy wind. Supposed to be a detailed 10-day forecast. Highs of 95, lows of 64, which is a great blessing, but they're prepping like mad because of the, impossible change in the forecast. So haze, skies mostly clear, rest of today, low of 65. Winds 5 miles an hour out of the northwest. Humidity is 42 degrees. That's good. Above 40 is, we'll take it. We'll take it. We would like more, but we'll take it. Upcoming haze, skies clear. High temperatures of 95, winds light from the south changing to 2 to 12 miles an hour. Like we're talking constant wind speed from the north-northwest. So if it's a straight up north wind, that puts Tygh Valley in grave danger. Northwest winds and north winds are very bad. As you can see that the Ridgeline Hill, it went past these roads that they wanted to stop it on. With the hard day yesterday and the expanded evacuations. The day before yesterday, technically it's after midnight. But I forgot about this body of water. Maybe they were using that to dip out of. But the scoopers are going all the way to the Columbia. But at least they've got some irrigation and stuff out here. They've got some options. I don't see special warnings like thunderstorm warnings. But I should check NOAA weather just in case. And we want to look at a live view of still what's happening with Cow Creek. Excuse me, not Cow Creek, Cow Valley. That was Larch Creek. Um, Looks like the camera is blurring the fire because it's moving around for some reason. So, Big Else is here. Rich fire for reader scope. Larch Creek, just due east of Mount Hood. You just type in Friend, Oregon. It's the easiest place to spell. That'd be cool. Rob Langsdorff says so. He says one night we were trying to hike 3 miles and a thunderstorm moved towards us. We started with a count of 25. We were nearing the 3rd mile of our hike. The lightning was only 1 second count away. So every 5 seconds is a mile, you said? So it's a fifth of a mile away or a quarter of a mile away. So we decided to call it a night and quickly set up a tent as it started to rain. Yeah, that's when you don't want to be under trees and stuff. Like find a boulder and hang tight. I'm going to read for the Larch fire. I'm going to read NOAA weather, which is our second, uh, National Weather Service issues this and that, but NOAA weather is the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, and I really love their forecast. Currently, right now, by the way, because I still had it on my phone, what we're looking at now, the Cow Valley fire by Brogan, it's still 82 degrees at night. Totally different situation. They have air quality alerts, fire weather watch, red flag warning, excessive heat, all that. It'll only be a low of 75 tonight. Northwest wind still constantly blowing about 7 miles an hour. Tomorrow it's going to be 109 there at the Cow Valley, Malheur County here. Then we'll go back to the Larch Creek. Areas of smoke here at the Cow Valley fire. Sunny and hot with a high of 109. Light and variable wind becoming south-southwest 6 to 11 miles an hour in the afternoon. And the gusts could be up to 22 miles an hour. So we may have explosive growth on this already enormous Cow Creek fire. And I'm a little frustrated that this is blurred. But what can we do? Now to the far right, the very far right. Wait a second. Okay, it's a bit discombobulating. But yeah, 0 degrees is north. North is in the far left of this panorama. Okay. And the more to the right you go, the further south you get. So we see flames moving a little bit more to the west than I thought would happen. It's probably just because they're climbing elevation too, as well as spreading to the north, to the southeast. Excuse me. Let me look at a quick satellite image, the Cow Valley. Then we'll go right back to reading the weather for Larch Creek. Wow. Yeah, we're getting some red heat detections. It may be just kind of climbing back the opposite direction. It may encircle where the camera's position is, which is somewhere like right here. Okay, so this is the horrendous weather forecast. 77 is a low, and 104 tomorrow here for Malheur County, Cow Valley fire. And it'll be a constant wind speed of 7 to 11 miles an hour. Winds could gust as high as 21 miles an hour. Remember, you can always add a 5 to 10 for the occasional gustier wind gust on mountain peaks and such, and in special little canyons. This is a generalized view. The forecast is generalized for an area. Remember, each little ridge top, mountaintop, peak, and really narrow canyons their own little microclimates. It's generalized. So hold on to your butts tomorrow. It doesn't even say chance of thunderstorms until you read the fire weather watch and red flag warning. That's why I hate general weather reviews. They're totally inaccurate unless you hit the buttons for, like, red flag warning. They'll say, oh, thunderstorms and abundant lightning. Okay, then why does the normal forecast, the one that's on everybody's home screen, like, the basic one, just say this: areas of smoke, sunny and hot, high near 109, light and variable winds. Winds could gust 22 miles an hour because of a thunderstorm. Okay, and actually, no, wrong. Go into the red flag warning. Potential for abundant lightning, scattered thunderstorms, little no precipitation, outflow winds with 50-mile-an-hour winds are possible. People are missing the important part of the forecast. Yeah. Yeah, I was asking for a special weather forecast, Big Al. Sorry, not the, I don't believe there's a plume. What I was asking for, Big Al, was could you find out if there's a special weather statement for the Larch Creek? I don't see one, but I want to know if they're going to be affected by possible thunderstorms or if it's just eastern Oregon. Because if the Shelly fire in northwestern California could be affected by thunderstorms, then what would stop them from going to the eastern Mount Hood? They tend to roll north, I mean, sometimes they hug the western Oregon coast, but oftentimes they'll just track whatever forms of the Sierras could go to eastern Oregon too. But yeah, thank you for. I'm sorry, I should have been a little bit more clear about that, but thank you for looking for the plume too. They're actually cooling down. If we go now, we're going to zip back to the Larch Creek and their Tygh Valley forecast. At least they're having a cold night. There's 75 degrees for a low in eastern Oregon. It's a tough room to play in. That's why there's so many ghost towns and old abandoned homesteads and log cabins and stuff in eastern Oregon. It's because all of the pioneers who were foolish enough to stop early on the Oregon Trail, like suckers, man, they really were. They probably arrived in spring and they were like, oh, this is a nice spot. Oh, they didn't understand what winter was going to be like, or the heat of summer. I mean, it's like, oh, it's 116 in Burns and blah, blah, blah. When it's, 82 in Portland, sunny. And that's your high. It's 116 degrees today. And our low is going to be 39, and bitterly cold, frost. Like, these are the temperature extremes for, like, June. I did not understand it. When I went to John Day, camped out there in June, other people were in RVs and stuff, and nobody else was in a tent. I'm like, huh, that's weird. No, it wasn't weird. I was crazy. I didn't bring enough, like, I should have brought thermals and, like, pajamas and, like, a sleeping knit cap, Didn't have one. I had, like, a fishing cap, thinking it was, well, it's mid-June. No, it was still snowing on the Blue Mountains, which was my next destination. I was like, oh, okay, dang. That night I was freezing in the sleeping bag. I was chitter-chattering with my teeth. I looked for my, I had packed, just in case, long johns, um, and, like the thermal underwear. And I had a couple of vests and stuff, like to layer, and a down jacket. That was the one piece of luggage I forgot. So I had just like a normal, I don't know, autumn appropriate coat. It was very thick, but just not as warm as you would want it to be and not waterproof. I went to bed, not only my pajamas, but I layered up like 4 t-shirts. I went to the nearest store, the one store in John Day that like exists. And I said, do you have any sweaters for sale? They're like, yep, it's $55. I'm like, $55? A big pullover sweater with a hoodie. I had to buy it, that I was gonna die. It was a robust, nice one, but still $55. It's like at the coast, nobody dresses warm for the Oregon coast, and they show up in their sandals and shorts and they buy parkas, That's how you milk the tourists. Oh, you now use Radar Omega on the PC because it's bit better, has more functions. Okay. Um, anyway, people just don't understand. My breath was freezing in the air in June all night, and I didn't really get a wink of sleep. Condensation froze on the inside of the tent from my breath. I wake up at the crack of dawn, get that coffee started, layered up. I'm like wrapped up in quilts people were kind enough to give me. I was embarrassed. Somebody gave me a moving blanket, and that was like my bed. And I'm eating the hottest breakfast possible, cooking little sausages on a little grill thing at the fairgrounds of John Day. And then, as soon as the sun came out, holy crap, it was 107. I was peeling off the layers. I'm going, what the hell is wrong with this country? This is no country for old men. I'm not man enough to make it in Eastern Oregon. So that is why everybody who homesteaded and stayed the required like 6 years got the hell out, moved to the Willamette Valley if they could, and sold their Eastern Oregon land after the 1849, Donation Land Claim Act. And their abandoned properties and houses are still there, just kind of sitting there, unless wildfires destroyed them. See, all I have at Big Al is an air quality alert for Tygh Valley. But like I said, unless you read special weather statements, you have no idea if thunderstorm is truly coming or not. So they said that the weather would get worse. They briefly mentioned that in watch duty, but they didn't explain that they would have wind tomorrow. But how? Why? All right, let's take a look at what you got, Big Al. Let's see if you got. Hey, you have your own YouTube, Big Al? Sweet. That's right. I'm subscribed. Did you just record this? Like right now? That was a day ago. I'm sorry, I forgot to play this. Okay, I'm hitting the like button. Let's tone down the volume. I have volume. This is how you use radar scope on the PC. All right, are you in Windows 11? I really don't like Windows 10, but I'm not man enough for Windows 11 yet. All right, let's loop that. All right, so there's Huntington, there's Ontario. So this was the plume for the switching back away from the Larch Creek. This is the one for the Cow Valley, because that's Ontario. And we're looking which direction? That's Ontario, Oregon, Huntington, Midvale, Boise. Which direction are we looking? I'm not familiar with the area, but I would have thought Brogan would show up on the map. Oh, there's 80. Is that 84? I could barely see. Oh, there's 26. There's Vale. Ah, okay, so we're looking south, basically, right? Okay, so here is one fire to the right. This is the Cow Valley. So we're looking basically south. And over here's a different fire, the one that was called the mutual aid fire, right? So yeah, to the right, that's the Cow Valley. Then let's put right click, put that in a loop, and play. That's neat. Holy crap! So that's the smoke, huh? Like the high altitude smoke, right? Radar Omega. Yeah, looking southeast on the Cow Valley. Yeah. Whew. Now, the blips that you see on the very right side of the screen might be a little bit of drifting smoke from the third fire in the area. What's that called? I need a cupcake, guys. I need chocolate. I need blood sugar. The shoot, what was that little fire called? They got a much better handle on it, but the Cow Valley next door exploded. Good golly. Okay. Well, now that you got me a subscription, then I can download this too, right? And log in and have the special features. That'd be sweet. We should have a training day one day. We'll just learn that together. It's roughly 15,000 feet at the very most. Well, I mean, the camera view is 6,500. Um, so it's already, Eastern Oregon's already a high desert. So the elevation of, like where Tygh Valley is 1,200 feet. If we go, I'm going to favorite that as a location. If we go here to Brogan, which is in the valley, Brogan, Oregon, 2,600 feet. So the fire where it was on the flatter land was at least 2,600 feet to begin with. Up higher there where the camera was 6,500, which is kind of amazing. It doesn't, you wouldn't get that impression looking at the camera right now. A lot of people don't realize a lot of Eastern Oregon's like a high desert. There's a classical book called The Oregon Desert that came out in the 40s, which is an amazing read. It just explains how mostly people made money off of the incredible amounts of Mustangs that they rounded up all the time because they multiplied out of control by the millions. And they either rodeoed some of them, bred some of them because they were good Spanish blood in them, took out the best, um, sold a lot of them to Asia because the Mongolians and the Chinese loved how hardy they were. Like if you could survive in Oregon, you could survive in Mongolia. That gives you a clue about how harsh things are. Unfortunately, some of them were for food, but people don't realize that cat and dog food used to be mostly whale and horse meat and circus animals like lions. But mostly the goners were, that was mostly the goners, the one who were injured and sick, but still sad, super sad. And talks about how people just try to scratch a living out there from the 40s onward, and then it has tales from the pioneer days. The Oregon Desert is one incredible book. Like if you ever, especially when you travel out here. But this is, you just wouldn't think that this is 6,500 feet, would you, from that view? So it's 3D. Oh, radar Omega, not radar scope. Oh, ew, yeah, those are different. So do you have to pay for radar Omega too? God, I have to pay for all kinds of things. All right. Do you have a video like that of anything else? I mean, that's stellar. Did I miss anything else, Big Al? Sorry, I didn't play that yesterday. I'm one of your first subscribers. And remember, guys, to find us again, you need to subscribe. We'll be live tomorrow. Come hell or high water, we'll be live tomorrow. Excuse me. So I need a snacky, and we are going to, guys, let me know what you want to know about. We have to peel back, read. I will read now the Larch Creek weather forecast. So let me just make a timestamp that was the animation of the smoke columns. I've got a couple of photos where Oregon State Fire Marshal shows huge columns. In fact, let's do that right now. Let's just focus on one thing at a time. We're still back on the Cow Valley. Excuse me. We'll return to Larch Creek in a second. I thought I'd have trouble finding the fire if I pan. No, there's no trouble finding that fire on the map at all. Can you imagine what it's like to fly around in a plane right now? Hey, Sea Probe is going flying soon. He's going flying on Monday. Maybe I could accompany and we could go see some of these from a distance. I'll ask him. He's actually taking up a new friend that he met, somebody who's sort of a neighbor of his. I don't know if there's room in the back for me. You got to have weights and balances and stuff. I don't know if he wants to recalculate all that, but that would be cool. I thought we could fly to Lapine when the fire was going on, but everybody rented the plane because it was too close to the holiday weekends and spring break. So the planes were all booked, but we'll see. Yeah, Radar Omega is a bit more expensive, but worth it. Yeah, isn't that the one that Ryan y'all pushes all the time? Says it's great for tracking the tornadoes.
Not that I do that, but I think I've heard of it. Okay. We still have crazy. Look. Sorry, friends. I don't mean to. I should just remember to mute when I do that. I didn't mean to choke there. But I do have limited speaking time before I start to lose my voice. We were live 8 hours yesterday. So questions in the comments right now, or chat comments, guys, don't show up until the live stream is over. I don't know why YouTube even allows people to make a comment during a live stream, because it just pops up after the stream's over. So what I mean is in chat, let me know if there's anything I skipped or you missed anything. We'll do a quick re-look-see at it. This is our current satellite view of just the ever-expanding enormity of the Cow Creek. I don't know how far it's getting down here unless the other camera at Vale is going to look at it for once. It's not looking at it. It's approaching Vale, but Vale's looking south. What is wrong with the people in charge of these cameras? Like, seriously, there's a massive fire. That's the fire. Okay. That's the enormous fire. Why is the camera looking south? The one that we can time lapse. Why? Why, oh why? Why was it doing that last night? We can't figure out exactly where it is if we don't have at least two camera angles crossing each other. And that's not calibrated. So I'm sure it does look like a huge, tremendous pink wall of pink smoke. Really, the fire's hugging the ground. It's like tumbleweeds on fire. It's not a forest fire. So the flame height is not going to be higher than 10 feet or something. However, the enormity of the hot smoke and the light reflected off of the flame front moving as it's fanned by the wind is going to be like this huge pink cloud. And I don't understand why they won't calibrate it down. And so this gives you a clue, a little bit of a clue, but not really that accurate, of the marching wall of flame that's maybe even rubbing up against the irrigated lands. See where it crosses that stick to the left? See, watch the beam? And there to there. There, the irrigation. There, the irrigation. But for God's sake, if the other one we could time lapse would just, because I have to manually click this. There's no like button to push. The time lapse shows the moving wall and it shows the smoke direction and if it turns. But remember, this is exaggeration of the light. Every single, you can see the cars. Look at the cars moving around in town. Those are just vehicle headlights, and look how huge they are. Look how big the moon is, you know. Is it a full moon? Light's exaggerated. This is not calibrated. Half the time it's not even in focus. What's a moon phase? That would look blood red, probably, if it was down there in the horizon by the fire, or an eerie orange. I want to be right now, like covering this, or like looking at it from a distance. I think we're getting close to if we can get that laptop going. Yeah, good night, Rob. Thank you. Hey, Bashma, morning. How are you? Thank you for being such a kind, wonderful super tier donor. I think I still have a little bit of octopus to eat. You know what? I'm gonna go grab that, see if it's still good. I need to refill the blood sugar. That we're going to wrap up real quick our weather overview, get some super rest, and then I will put the mods on notice. The ones who are, you know, not quite East Coasters, but in a time zone a little bit east of me, like Smitty. They wake up early, they check on things. Yeah, I still have octopus. And an eel from the sushi the other night. Thank you so much. I got good food, Debashmoon. And Sea Probe. I'm sorry for that loud sound.
Pro cooked me a baked salmon, a wild coho from Alaska, not even frozen. It was on Whole Foods Super Special. What people don't know is Whole Foods can be really affordable if you have an Amazon Prime membership. And also, if you get those sales specials, just check it out. You get like a 5% discount. I think with the Amazon credit card, you get like a 5% cash back if you don't have a balance. Sorry, I'm gonna stuff my face and eat as much good food as I can now. You don't have to refrigerate soy, do you? You don't, right? Okay. Did I put it in the fridge? I don't think so. So where is it? Excuse me. I drank the last of my gallon of tea that came with the Dickie's barbecue that we went and picked up. It didn't come in a gallon jug. It came in a bag, like a, shoot, I'll just bring it over. You guys won't believe it. I'm gonna save this bag. It's called the Gallon Pack Beverage Dispenser for non-carbonated beverages. There's got to be a way to sanitize this and reuse it. It's incredible. It would be the coolest thing for hiking or like putting in the car. It's a water bag, and it has a half gallon and gallon. It's almost like a fuel can, but it's a water bag. All right, where's that soy? Be right back. Yeah, we won't go all night because I want all of our mods rested up. We need to be geared up for the thunderstorm crazy time ahead. So we're gonna get rest, feed the body, and strap in for what should we call this weekend? Should give it a name. It's like you have to name a battle, right? Because all our crews are gearing up for a battle. All of our heroes are gearing up for a battle. Where's the soy? Where's my gluten-free, high-quality soy? There it is. Yeah, I put it in the pantry. Sanjay Tamari brewed soy sauce, gluten-free and non-GMO. Established 1804. It's not bad. Okay, let's add some ginger here. Wait, I should probably smell the fish and make sure it's decent. I mean, alright, smell it. Yeah, still good. Great. 2 slices of octopus and 1 dessert eel. Which I don't know that I like the sauce on it. Yeah. 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 Okay, the octopus is good that we're having that. Man, I never thought I'd ever like anything to do with sushi, but Portland did it before, like the rest of the world, and maybe San Francisco, I don't know. But Portland had a huge Japanese presence. On the coast. I thought San Francisco was more of a Chinatown thing, but I could be mistaken. And the Japanese tended to live in the Bay Area in different spots because which are now ghost towns, but they cornered the market on a shrimp industry. The Bay Area used to have abundant shrimp, like the bayou, like New Orleans. San Francisco Bay once fed much of California. It's now a toxic wasteland, but it'd be great if that could be restored one day. Okay. I'll return in just a second. I have some of this. What is this? Ginger slices? Yeah. Okay. I don't know where this restaurant is. It's Beaverton or something. Not a bad sushi place. I still love Sushi Town the best. It's got the conveyor belt affair and nice and cheap, but they make it all right in front of you. You know, you're like, please, can I have another one of those? Okay, all right, let's go to the desk. I was talking about food and crap because I'm in the other room and there's no radio to listen to. And if you have even the first 20 seconds of silence, you lose like 20% of your viewers. So it's random break chat time. And I go to the kitchen. Most people are listening and they assume the broadcast ends if I stop speaking. Or they don't know how long I have to wait till she's back. Okay, check out this jug. It's a jug of tea. I mean, I ordered a gallon of tea. I don't know, you can see this very well. It's got a handle and everything. If the webcam wasn't broken, I'd be able to zoom out. It's broken. The controls are broken. But this is great. I drank almost all of it. I drank almost all of it. So I'm going to try to sanitize this somehow and carry it around to like camping trips and stuff. Or at least emergency water supply. Yeah, Ryan Hall uses it. Yeah. Okay. All right. Whoops. I should have put the live view on. I'm sorry. But it's blurry right now. This is why the camera. Whoa. Sorry. Very loud. Did I just get an email? Was that an email? Let me see. Vicky, should I read this out loud? I'm sorry. For once, I was alerted for an email coming in on time. Should I read this epic thing you just wrote aloud? It was too big to put in chat, so you just put it in an email? Yeah. Yeah, I drank all that tea. I'm very cleansed over the last couple of days. When I said I have to run off to the bathroom, man, I needed it. I was like Seabiscuit on the track, man. I was like, I have to go to the bathroom. Be right back. But hey, I got my antioxidants. Mm. Has there been an update on the Cow Valley? Oh, we need that. Yes, Becky, I should definitely read that comedy that you just wrote because we're not blind, you know, but we're deaf to any info. We don't have any radios out here. Oh, geez. All right, let me log in off the screen here. All right. In. Okay. Equipment operators work through the night. This 2 hour ago update. This happened just, I checked this, there was nothing, and then I went live, and that was 2.5 hours ago. So this came down to pipe right after I checked it. Thanks for alerting me, Al. Equipment operators worked through the night Thursday to establish a dozer line to protect Brogan. Excuse me, I got a cough. To protect the town of Brogan from the Cow Valley fire, which is burning on private property, and Vale Bureau of Land Management. Oh, Vale Bureau of Land Management administered land, 9 miles east of Ironside. Firefighters reinforcing the dozer line with tactical firing operations between Malheur Reservoir and Brogan. So tactical firing, that's about all you can do. It's a Hail Mary, but light the landscape on fire in front of the rampaging desert fire, and that's about all you can do. So sometimes the smoke, especially when we are seeing a little bit of it in the early morning hours, when the winds died down, I kind of wondered, could they be doing firing? I think now we've gotten our answer, at least for part of it. So 4 Oregon State Fire Marshal's Office task force are working to protect 45 homes, create defensible space around the private property in Brogan, southward. We see it as active right now and marching to the southeast. Or they're firing to the southeast. Could this red be them doing the firing ops? Because there's not much wind right now. Maybe that's what they're doing, that Hail Mary pass. Like, it's going to burn anyway. So if we burn it now under controlled circumstances, when the crazy 55-mile-an-hour wind gusts show up tomorrow, maybe it'll hold. So maybe that's what a lot of this red is. I mean, there's Brogan's up here. This would be Jameson, I believe, is the next little town. So this red right here, up right up by the irrigation, really could possibly be them firing the landscape. It climbs to the left side of the screen to the west. So if there's almost no wind, it would probably just go back towards the fire. And then tomorrow, maybe that'd be protective of the town. But the wind here, less than 10 miles an hour, is animated as going towards the town. So it could be that the fire's just moving down the slope towards the town until we get other camera views. We have no idea what the heck's going on. Hey, where'd it go? What I was just reading. Bueller? Why did it switch to the Larch Creek fire? Or do I just have so many tabs now that that's Lake Fire. It disappeared. I was reading, just disappeared. Okay. Now what if the cow can't fire? What the hell is that even? Cow Alley. All right. Going back to what I was reading. That's where I was reading Facebook. Oh my god. Nobody saw that. Nobody saw that. Right. I was testing all of you to see if you were paying attention. Okay. So they are doing defensible space around the private properties around Brogan and southward, and the Red Incident Management Team, the agency's Red Incident Management Team, meaning Oregon State Fire Marshal's Office. Their Red Incident Management Team will join the effort Saturday morning. We did get confirmation that they did declare this a conflagration, which, even though I haven't heard of any structures lost, I mean, there's probably some historic things or old things in the path of this fire that they didn't get to. I don't know. But as far as like people's homes, I've not heard of any losses. It's relatively easy to defend your property if you're there and you've already dug, say, a tractor dirt strip around it, because it's sage. It's sagey tumbleweed crap, and it's not a forest fire, so you don't have the ember rain, and you don't have the heavy fuels, you don't have 100-foot tall flames or anything. You just got this fast moving, crazy wildfire. And if it doesn't breach your lines, it doesn't breach your lines. Any little thing that rolls across it, you can usually catch up with it. So that's the nice thing, is easy to defend if you just got a little bit of warning. If you got some people there. And very easy to defend if you've already done this prep earlier in the season. Hint, hint. Prep earlier in the season. A lot of these people out here are pretty smart with fire, and a lot of them already do that. If they didn't, they have been burned out and left Oregon already. This happens all the time. These wildfires happen all the time out there. So the fire is estimated and I want to just reiterate there's high levels of fire education out there compared to the city folk. Like they are astonished that city folk don't understand some things. You know, uh, you've got bushes right up against your house. Really, city folk? Really? That's not good. Like they already know a lot of the basics. So that's why things should be taught in schools. Like city people need to know about this because they don't stay in the cities. They recreate in the country, and they buy cabins. They move rurally, to retire. It should be taught in schools. So, crews from the Vale BLM are working steadily to build and reinforce the lines on the south side of that highway, 26, where the fire is burning most actively. I wish they would tell us whether or not it went over Willow Creek, though, to the north of Brogan. Seems like they stopped it there, but did it go east of Willow Creek? Could it? Anyway, they're talking about south of 26 right now, which is generally an east-west highway. A dozer line to the top of Juniper Mountain was completed today. Cool. And a Snake River Valley hand crew will begin reinforcing that line Saturday. Fire is estimated to have reached 81,000 acres Friday evening. So just a few hours ago. A total, and that's basically in 26 hours, it's 81,000 acres. Holy crap. So I don't know if this is a record breaker. I mean, this isn't the world's strongest wind that it started out in. I'm sure you go back into Oregon history books. But as far as recent decades, it might be a record breaker or holder for rate of spread, perhaps. So a total of 120 personnel are assigned, 9 engines, a hand crew, 5 dozers, 2 water tenders, 16 aircraft. A hotshot crew and 2 helicopters join the fight tomorrow, Saturday, which is technically today. Highway 26 reopened Friday. Motorists should watch for slower moving equipment and firefighters in the roadway and avoid the area between our side and Brogan if you can. Stay out of their way. It's pretty hard to tell people that though, because there's almost no roads in this part of the state. What my friends back east, like my friends in Maryland, were astonished at is how few roads there are in Oregon. They're making plans to visit places on the map. Like, oh, we're going to start in Portland. We're going to go over to Dundee, southwest of Portland, on the west side of the river. And then we're going to go over to, like Malala, which is east side of the Willamette River. Then we should probably hit Salem. And then we'll go over to Newburgh and all these places. And I'm like, that's a big route to drive around for a Sunday drive. They're like, oh, well, it shouldn't take very long, right? Yeah, it will, because there's like only one bridge of the Willamette River, or 2 in the entire area. So you're going to be driving a huge amount out of your way to get 2 bridges on the Willamette. Like, what do you mean there's no bridges over the Willamette between Salem and Wilsonville? I mean there's no bridges over the Willamette between Salem and Wilsonville unless you drive to a really rickety one. And there's a ferry. There's like a ferry. Yeah, there's a ferry. So in Eastern Oregon, there's like Highway 26 and 7 and 84, and a whole bunch of networks of private roads and tinier roads that may or may not be maintained and or have any road signs for like 25 miles. No gas stations for 25 square miles in a lot of places. Like nowhere to pull over, have lodging, or do anything. It's all gravel. You can get lost because there's no road signs. Like paved roads in Eastern Oregon are a bit rare, and that blows people's minds. So when they say please avoid like Highway 26, it's like saying, I don't know, New Yorkers like, please don't take any tunnels to Manhattan. Right? Really? Or San Francisco. Please don't take any bridges to San Francisco today. How the hell do you get there then? So the Bonita Road fire, that's the other one that was tinier in the corner of the animation of the smoke. The Bonita Road fire is 9 miles southeast of Ironside. It moved very little today, and it's just under 3,000 acres. Crews have mocked up 15 feet off of the completed dozer line, and that's 20% containment. Okay. Both fires have been determined to be human caused, and the Bureau of Land Management and the Sheriff's Office of Malheur County, and also the Oregon State Police are investigating. So a level 1B ready evacuation notice remains in place for Brogan Canyon areas. For most current evacuation info, just go to Sheriff's Office Facebook page. I'm sure like half of everybody out there like either doesn't want Facebook, doesn't have it, never had it, or never will get it. This is why we do what we do. It's Facebook, you have to log in to find your evacuation stuff or make an account. So imagine fire's approaching you and you're like not sure if you're at level 3 already. People come to me and say, yeah, I was in my driveway all packed up, not sure which way to go. And it said, please log into Facebook. And I typed it in. It said, your password's wrong. We just locked you out. Please reset your password. And they had to go back into their house to use their main computer to do it. And I'm like, oh, my God. Because they didn't have an email set up on their phone. So Vale School District had a notice. As you are aware, there's multiple fires impacting the area. For the safety and efficiency of emergency responders, please refrain from visiting the Vale Elementary School and Middle School campuses, parking lots, and grounds. Please continue to stay. Please remember to stay informed through this information site on Facebook. The school district will maintain regular business hours and meals throughout the summer food program. They'll continue to be provided to children while the elementary school is being utilized as an incident command center. Wow. So they have fire restrictions, little stoves and cooking stoves and lanterns. Okay. Shooting is allowed, but not into dry grass, not on hot, dry, windy days. Oh my God. Electric vehicles is allowed on clean roadways only. Maintain your spark arresters. Keep your undercarriage clean. Internal combustion powered vehicles over 36 inches wide over 800 pounds must have a 26-inch shovel and 1 gallon of water or a 2.5-pound fire extinguisher on board. Smoking is allowed only in vehicles or boats or in areas with 6-foot clearance. Dispose of your butts properly. What is not allowed, though, is sky lanterns and aerial luminaries. Oh my God, somebody almost lit my car on fire on Powell Butte one night with a freaking Chinese lantern. So the Chinese lantern thing, I can't believe they're legal. It's a paper lantern, okay? It's like a big, instead of putting a light bulb in it, it's just a big round thing. And there's a hole at the bottom. It's like a hot air balloon. And you put a tea candle in it with an open flame, right? People just let them go in the air and they just fly off because the candle generates the hot air, like a little hot air balloon, but it's paper. And I was at Powell Butte one night just taking pictures of a comet or a full moon or something. And somebody did that. They said a prayer, made a wish, and they went, wah. It was like they wanted their child to be a girl or something. And I was like, wait, what are you're gonna let that go? It's not on a string. It's not a. Wait a second. It's a dry summer day. Where's it going? Hey, it's drifting that way. And it was kind of like not really gaining a lot of altitude. It was like hugging the parking lot. The wind picks it up, starts going towards my car with the open window. Like, hey, I start running. It lands on my windshield and bounces off my car window. Oh my God. It's sad that they have to put that there, but you do. No pyrotechnics, no fireworks, no explosive devices, including exploding shooting range targets. No tracer incendiary rounds, no steel component ammunition. No shooting of metal objects for targets. No operating of a chainsaw. Nor cutting, nor grinding, nor welding. No wood or charcoal fires, including charcoal grills, firewood stoves, smokers, and portable braziers. Prohibited also all open burning and campfires, including fires in rock pits and metal firing. But why are you allowed to go around shooting? A red flag, thunderstorm, 55 or 55-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Ah, thing in the forecast. This is for where the fire is. Like, this was supposed 6 hours ago. It's okay to uh, uh, okay. We're in Maryland, are my friends. You know what? They came from Baltimore actually. So they had been and seen the racetrack, like the pre by where they hold the Preakness, I guess. I can't remember what track that's called. So they live, they moved here, then they moved to Montana, and then they moved to Pittsburgh. So I'm not in direct contact with them anymore, just virtually, you know. Um, but man, they invited me to go to Montana and film the ghost towns out there. I so wanted to, but I haven't been able to fundraise to get like a travel trailer. But that would be next, right? So, like I said, in Eastern Oregon, it's really hard to see the horizon. So it can sneak up on you, and uh, it's really difficult to get cell phone service anywhere or basic services. You have to plan your route based on where gas stations are, and if you don't fill up at certain gas stations, you run out of gas. Uh, and you don't have cell phone service, and you could get caught overnight where it's freezing cold and it's 104 and by noon the next day. You literally have to wave people down and be like, "Help me." You turn the corner and there's cattle, uh, herds of cattle crossing the road. I wanted to see an antelope, I never did. Um, we've got where's the ex? The Oregon State Fire Marshal. Excuse me, I had it over here. Here it is. I think we got more images. Let's look at the current view. It's still super blurry. I don't know why. Ah, the veil camera's looking at it. Ugh, it's a Christmas miracle. It's a Christmas miracle. There's a 3-hour time lapse. Maybe it's because it's coming over the hill in the direction towards Vale. It's zoomed in quite a bit, I'm sure, but well, all right. What about the other one? It's not. The other one's not looking at it, but now we have two cams looking at it. Okay. And the cottonwood looks like so. They both look the same. Wait, that's yeah, Reinhardt Butte is the one at Vale. Okay. All right. So let's Oregon State Fire Marshal Office. Sorry, I didn't look at chat for a bit. Hey, Big Al says, oh, Pimlico. Yeah, by Pimlico track. That's right. So there's still 46 viewers. Let me know, guys, what you want to know about. We're just going to try to wrap this to hit the hay. I just need to eat. So we will be monitoring it a little bit longer. But yeah, here's some of the plume type stuff that was shown. It's a very different nature, you know, but what is here, what's on fire. This would be a perfectly safe spot though to kind of just sit. I mean, you might want to burn off that grass in the center real quick. If you were in an emergency shelter situation, I'd be sitting in a spot like that and reading a book as it all passed by me. I wouldn't be driving like a crazy person down the highway or anything. And it's probably where a lot of fire crews would stage and that sort of thing too. If they saw something like this. So, um, yeah, pull over. Pavement doesn't burn. All you have to do is get out of your car and take your wool blanket and kick away any brambles or something that roll up against your car. Just keep your tires from catching on fire. And I keep the telescoping sort of semi-collapsible Swiffer pole, the Swiffer sweeper, when it just pushes the top thing on the floor. I took that the head off, and it's an aluminum lightweight pole, and I just keep it in the back. And so it would be like, get it out there, sit back in the car, read a book, or film some fantastic experience or whatever you want to do. But you can chill. Running from fire, if it's already close to you, is not the best idea. Try to find some place to just shelter. They have information for Tygh Valley and Larch Creek as well. Oh, video of the Larch Creek. It's probably going to be loud, so I'm going to reduce the volume. Yep, that's loud. This is Larch Creek. We're running a different part of Eastern Oregon, very different, over just east of Mount Hood. But a lot of Eastern Oregon looks real similar. And fire behaving pretty similarly. It's kind of like a high desert. I think I showed this and had seen a little bit of the copter working it. So let's go back to the current views of the fire. And here's Cottonwood the last half hour. Looking to the southeast. I know the purple beam looks north. That's not real. That's just where the panorama thing is. But notice when I put my cursor over this, it's looking to the southeast. This is where the fire is active and spreading. Kind of just west of where Willow Creek is, maybe a little bit southwest. So it's heading towards Vale, where Vale Elementary School is their incident command post. Vale's very irrigated and stuff down there too. So, but it's in a huge, a very, very huge area. All right. So what was I reading? The Facebook Malheur County Sheriff. Let's see if they have any info. Big House's Cottonwood is catching a flare up to the north where the fire was already. Yeah. I don't know if that. I don't believe that's to the north. No. Nope. Oh, you mean that one? Sorry. Yes, you're right. That one down there. So it pivoted then. Oh yeah, that one pivoted. Sorry, the Vale one though. You're right. You're totally right. Right before it pivoted. Let's see. Yeah, when it was back earlier in the time lapse. See, when I did 30, 30, and pause. See, it was looking to the south. So this line of fires to the southeast. But you're right, at the very end, it pivots to look at the north flare. Okay, good. We got that square. Okay. No updates on, like, no actual evacuation maps. It's a small enough area, like Brogan Lookout. Communities nearby lookout. That's the way it goes. Okay, so the Larch Creek one we kind of covered. It's let's look at our current Shelly. Now I want to stuff my face a little bit with some food. You from Maryland, Big Al, or I totally forget. Sorry if I ask you a lot. Let's do a 6-hour a Shelly. Sorry, I tried to pause it. Sorry, I should probably say flashing light warning anytime it goes in nighttime mode. I didn't realize it would go back into rotation. We did see a nighttime helicopter working after midnight, right up against it. That's the moon up there. I'm liking what I'm seeing as far as protecting Etna and the valley up here. Wind's going the opposite direction. Great. I hope a little bit of the smoke cleared out for them, but it means it could be spreading towards the Marble Mountain Wilderness, which sucks. That's going to be a nightmare if it gets real established in there. They're like not even allowed to use mechanized vehicles without permission or chainsaws, or even ride dirt bikes to the sea. Oh yeah, you're in Annapolis. Grew up 15 miles outside of town. Have you ever been to the Preakness, man? I'm a little jealous. So while this is good news for Fort Jones Valley and like the Etna area, see, this was 35 minutes after midnight, and it moves. Okay, flashing lights are off. You can look if you have seizures. Sorry about this. So it's hard to pinpoint as the camera moved and see in the dark where it's looking. But for the night, it's blowing back on itself. So this could give them good opportunities for firing. Now, I went to watch the very beginning of the Shelly briefing that happened earlier tonight when I was not home, so I couldn't live stream it, but it was illuminating, and I missed the very beginning. So that is what was on Facebook, unfortunately. I should just record the whole thing and re-upload it, or, for the people who don't have Facebook, because it's just ridiculous that you have to make a privacy violating, could be data breach social media account just to get emergency info. That's just not right, but here we are. So it was pretty lengthy, and looks like they had sound issues in the beginning. All right, I'm going to turn it down to turn it up. Let's see, real-time comments, because they talked about Slopover today. They gave them some hell. So that's the part that I was missing. There's long, see, it's an hour and 20 minutes. Like the question time went on and on. And they're good questions. Oh yeah, it started totally silently, didn't it? Like that is max volume. And so they said working on sound now. In the chat. No audio, no sound, no audio, no sound. Okay, I'm gonna turn it down. It's gonna be loud when they bring it in, probably. Okay. There's some hate comments. The audio here is as good as the management of this fire. What a jerk. And so yeah, they restart it. People don't understand how live TV is so difficult. If it was easy, everybody would freaking do it. Everybody would be telling the world what they wanted to say.
In between buddy John Owings, Operations Section Chief, and my partner John Frederick, to give you a current situation of the fire. So where the fire sits right now, it's mainly in between the Patterson Creek drainage and up on the ridge just north of Kidder Creek. And as we move back around actually toward the south there, the fire has come up out of Kidder Creek where it spotted a couple days ago and is challenging this ridge system here that goes out toward the Mill Creek Lakes out that way. We have firefighters currently on staff right now that are handling the lines. We have firefighters who have gone direct, which means cutting a direct line along the northern edge of the fire. They were able to seek opportunity to grab that a couple days ago, and we're continuing with that effort there. Like I said, it is still being challenged out ahead of them, where the wind has just pushed it up and over, and it has spotted a little bit to the south of that, thrown a couple of spot fires over there, which we are handling with aircraft currently. We're hitting it with fixed wing air tankers and with helicopters, with the plan to put firefighters in there to secure that line and put it back up on this ridge, and the plan to move it back out that way and come back down into the wilderness and secure edge in a full suppression strategy over the north and west end of the fire.
Hang on.
Moving over toward the east.
Sorry, friends. Well, I set up the little text thing so I could stuff my face. He gestured at the map. I had to rewind because I didn't see where he was gesturing. This is probably some of the most important part of the entire meeting. I'm going to zip through this, a couple of highlights, including the drama at the very end where I don't see you guys actually working hard, happens at the end. This will allow me to continue to eat and right before I go to bed. So all questions in chat, it'll be we'll be calling last call for information. The Shelly's the last one we're looking at because it's going to be challenged by they had a slop over today. The fire's not where they want it to be. It's at least the wind is favorable right now, blowing away from the towns. But there's a chance of thunderstorm, and they have tremendously bad weather. Our favorite lady, the North Ops lady, has a pretty sobering, crushing, maybe weather forecast too. So we'll do the highlights.
Over up on the ridge just north of Kidder Creek. Hi, good evening, everybody. John Owings, Operations Section Chief, and my partner, John Frederick, to give you a current situation of the fire. So where the fire sits right now, it's mainly in between the Patterson Creek drainage and up on the ridge just north of Kidder Creek. And as we move back around, actually toward the south there, the fire has come up out of Kidder Creek, where it spotted a couple days ago, and is challenging this ridge system here that goes out toward the Mill Creek Lakes out that way. We have firefighters currently on staff right now that are handling the lines. We have firefighters who have gone direct, which means cutting a direct line along the northern edge of the fire. They were able to seek opportunity to grab that a couple days ago, and we're continuing with that effort there. Like I said, it is still being challenged out ahead of them, where the wind has just pushed it up and over, and it has spotted a little bit to the south of that, thrown a couple of spot fires over there, which we are handling with aircraft currently. We're hitting it with fixed wing air tankers and with helicopters, with the plan to put firefighters in there to secure that line and put it back up on this ridge, and the plan to move it back out that way and come back down into the wilderness and secure edge in a full suppression strategy over the north and west end of the fire. Moving over toward the east, we have our containment lines up here north or south of Kidder Creek and north of Kidder Creek. We were able to go direct with direct line construction up out of Kidder Creek, and that is almost complete, going back up to tie in to the dozer line at the top of that ridge there between Kidder and Mill Creek. On the south of Kidder Creek, we have our containment line out here just on the ridge system south of Kidder Creek, where the fire was challenging the edge there. And so what we did was we put firefighters up there, hotshot crews and Gulf Strike Team crews to get ahead of the fire and drag a little. What I mean by get ahead of the fire is drag a little bit of fire ahead of it and nurse it down so it doesn't challenge our line and build that defensible space there. They're about 700 feet from completing it down there, and we intend to bring it back and tie it back into the main fire to secure this south edge of Kidder Creek there. As we go on the south side of that ridge back toward Patterson Creek, we have mainly direct line construction coming up out of Patterson Creek, what we're calling the lower Patterson Creek Road, and coming back up into tie into where the crews had brought the fire back down into Kidder Creek. It did slop over that line last night, and we were able to actually go direct and cut out that line and secure it back in there. So we do have line around this portion of the fire, as well as it's holding in the Lower Patterson Road area up toward the end of the road. We have some unsecure line up in here where we're trying to seek opportunity to put firefighters in there, being supported by helicopters and air tankers to cool the edge in this very steep and rugged terrain in the old Wallow Fire burn scar, and try to continue to go direct on that there. We have some backup lines to fall back to. As you can see on here, there's a lot of backup lines that we have created to protect the communities down in Kidder Creek and Etna, as well as all the way over in Quartz Valley area and Greenview, that if our primary control lines aren't successful, we can fall back to those and we can catch it there. We've also built a line up to Whiskey Butte because there's a very large drainage that comes in there. If the fire gets into that, that's our plan, is to have folks poised to get ahead of it and stop that fire from challenging that line. As we work further south, we'll be going down and seeking opportunity again to go direct. We have a plan in place for that, and as well maintaining our full suppression strategy and building backup lines pretty much all around the whole perimeter of the fire. And now I'll address evacuations at this time too. We have had evacuations in the Kidder Creek area and right up near the town of Etna, just around the back side of it, and also in Quartz Valley. And the reason that we did that is because the fire made a really big push a couple days ago, and that pulled a trigger. It hit a trigger point for us, given the long range spotting. It was spotting about a mile and a half ahead of itself. So it was our decision. We had a wind push fire, a wind driven fire that we saw could potentially impact the community, and we wanted to get those folks out of there. And now I'll pass it off over to John for further.
Good evening, John Frederick, operator.
Okay, what about a danger to community? Let's go back. This is all very, very fast. Very, very important info.
Time too. We have had evacuations in the Kidder Creek area and right up near the town of Etna, just around the back side of it, and also in Quartz Valley. And the reason that we did that is because the fire made a really big push a couple days ago, and that pulled a trigger. It hit a trigger point for us, given the long range spotting. It was spotting about a mile and a half ahead of itself. So it was our decision. We had a wind push fire, a wind driven fire that we saw could potentially impact the community, and we wanted to get those folks out of there.
Wow. If I only had one piece of advice for, if you have to throw a lot of information at people, and you've got limited time to do so, you can interrupt instead of like a whole stream of solid info. These people are not taking notes. They don't have like recorders with them. The best way you can do little pauses, like micro pauses, so people can contemplate a second what you just said, file it away in their memory, and then focus on the next thing, is it's great to say, we evacuated. Now, it's great he did this. He said, it's like a paragraph title. Now on to evacuations. Great. But then he could say, we evacuated these places over here. Why did we evacuate near Etna? Why did we evacuate near Kidder Creek? This gives people just a little bit of it. Because you have one answer, for both. So you ask question, and then give the one answer. That can help people absorb what you're doing like really quickly. It's he's not a bad speaker or anything, but even I'm like, whoa, just focusing on eating and trying to absorb everything he's saying at the same time is a little difficult. And there will be all kinds of different folks that are listening. Some people with English as a second language, a lot of people with hearing aids and all that. So people get distracted by one little thing and look back, and they can't rewind like we do. So, Big Al, if you know a good way, instead of me just recording this and uploading this to YouTube, it's really important that people see it. Or just watching more than an hour and 20 minutes. I was wondering if anybody knows a good video downloader, instead of me just recording my own screen and then downloading. My old tool doesn't seem to work right now. So if anybody's got a tip, favorite one that they use, it's not, a scam. We'll watch a little bit more of this. I gotta go get a kitchen knife.
but there's highlights throughout that I could kind of skip to.
And now I'll pass it off over to John further.
We really need to know
Good
about
evening, John.
what we really need to know about is the weather lady, that her portion. I'll be right back.
John Frederick, Operations Chief. Right now, I'm just going to break down this map a little bit for you guys and just kind of give you a brief overview of how it looks and how we read our maps. So our black lines that we have cross hatches, those are our dozer lines. Those are completed dozer lines that are in. So we try to get on top of ridge tops, and that's where we can hold the fire. So that's where we seek to put our dozer lines, our containment lines, and in a thick, steep terrain like this, we want to make sure that we have every opportunity to make sure that we have the best chance of holding that line, and that's where we can hold those lines. So we have mastication lines, so that's the M on here, and then
Take a shot. Every time they say masticate, take a shot. Those are those. See, he has to explain what that is to the public, like nobody knows. That's turning bulldozers and caterpillars, tractors, into a multi-tool. So what they do is they have at least some sort of a grinder at the end instead of like a bucket, like a caterpillar. Keep Vid has lots. Hey, thanks to Bash Mode. Yeah, I've heard of that one. Yeah, instead of actually recording your screen, which will make the video file huge, don't I know it, because that's what I'm doing every day. Yeah, actually just downloading a video usually has the original size instead of recording your screen, which could make a huge file, right? So, and then I wouldn't have to waste an hour and 20 minutes to totally get it all, So keep it. Yeah, thanks to Bash. Who else is still awake here? And please tell me what you want to know about. We have to do highlights here. I watched the whole thing at C Probe's house. Instead of having a nice dinner with him, I was like, watching the screen. And he's like, hi, let's have a pleasant dinner conference. I'm like, wait, it's the weather. Wait, it's the weather lady. And he's like, okay. I mean, he makes me a baked salmon. He's like, so, how have you been feeling? Shh, it's the weather lady. But he understands, he's a saint. So, while I take a few more bites, we'll see what he has to say, because I think he had important things. The beginning was super important, but then the weather is ultra important. And as I was eating, it was hard to absorb everything she said.
also we have some planned lines as well. These are the purple lines. So that's kind of the way that.
Oh, sorry, I was just explaining masticators. Why we have the drinking game. Mastication means to chew. I just find that hilarious. So they are regular. It's one of the best innovations that allows them to clear brush and hazard trees, dead trees, and turn them into just wood chips like immediately to widen roads, make the lines. Instead of bulldozers, which are super destructive, they can like reach over, like the caterpillar can be on the road and reach over kind of longer distance with its arm. It has a grab. Configurations vary, but oftentimes they have a grab arm, so they grab onto like a bush or a small tree, and the claw grabs it. There's a buzz saw that goes, like cuts it off from the root, and it turns it sideways, and then a wood chipper goes at it. So unfortunate victims, that have to be taken down. You got to break eggs to make this omelet. Fire would have killed it anyway. The brush has to go, but they become instant mulch and eventually fertilize it. Especially if a little bit of the wood chips burn, then it becomes like a charcoaly sort of situation, and that's fertilizing. And that allows them to hold roads and lines. But the speed at which you can do this, and regular homeowners can convert their tractors into masticators too. And there's actually a brisk business right now of people buying this equipment and leasing it out to firefighters on private, like at the Mariposa fire, the other day. They said, we need to hire private dozer crews and masticators. Anybody who was paying attention to the stream or when they said that probably could have rented them out, to the fire crews or the service. So it's an auxiliary force, they pick up the phone and call private brush clearing businesses. So it's kind of a great way to really protect property and build lines really quickly and reinforce them. Speed is the key. You want to do it as sensitively as possible. If there's a rare plant like a Pacific yew tree that you just don't want to harm, the bulldozer is going to, the masticator and the tractor arms can reach around it and leave that one alone. It can always leave like a big tree alone or this mature tree alone if it's alone. If it's by itself, you can defend it, but not surrounded by brush, right? So I'm super gung-ho about masticators. So we have a drinking game. Take a shot of milk every time they say that. And if it had been a true drinking game, everybody would have been roaring drunk by the end of this.
That we break down our maps and how we show and we have the best chance of holding that line, and that's where we can hold those lines. So we have mastication lines, so that's the M on here, and then also we have some planned lines as well. These are the purple lines. So that's kind of the way that we break down our maps and how we show the fire's edges in red. And then we have some drop points as well. These are where we stage equipment and stuff like that. So that's kind of how we break down our map. What
they needed to have told every viewer here is we don't know where the fire is. Our map is our best guess. It's our best guess. People think that the fire crews always know where the fire is. They don't. It's always invisible. It's hidden by smoke, especially at night, unless you have special vision gear. And even if you do, it's only from your vantage point where you can see it's changing rapidly from hour to hour. So by the time the mapping plane makes the true perimeter map, and then it takes about an hour to download and figure out, transfer it from the plane to everything else, or how long it takes. And then they print it out at like 2 or 3 in the morning for a briefing at 5 and 6 in the morning for the crews. It's from the night before, and then during the day the fire is invisible again. If you can see some of the orange flames like on the cameras, like just every once in a while, that's super lucky. Fire crews are always there with lookouts and binoculars. Some people are working with their heads down, and they always have somebody up on break, looking around, watching their own backs. The pilots are watching their backs. And they just guess, if the smoke's coming toward us, that's where the fire is. We don't know how far away. So they scramble and get away from it. But the public assumes that they always know where it is. Then they don't. That's what the public needs to understand. You won't be able to look out your window and tell how far it is, how close it is to you. If you could see the open flames, it's probably just at the end of your driveway. It's way too late to think about leaving at that point. Later, they tell a story about that's really grim. Where the guy says, you need to get a reality check, basically, about what people expect. I'll wet down my house with a garden hose, then I'll do this, then I'll lock the back door, then I'll pull down the blinds, then I'll put the shutter up, then I'll leave, then I'll get in the car. No, you'll see flames just like roaring towards your house, and there'll be embers on your roof. He doesn't say this, but that's what I'm saying. And by the time you get your vehicle, your way will be blocked. So he explains he's lost 6 friends to wildfire who didn't evacuate. Some of them died in pairs as couples. He explains that 2 of them couldn't even see down the road enough to thread the needle through their own open gate, and they crashed in their own gate and then got swept over in their cars. And somebody else ran out of his house, who was on fire while he was still in it, and then died in his driveway. You may not get past your driveway is one of the big lessons here. So what they should have said is, red on the map is where the fire is. It's where the fire was the night before. Unknown where it is now is what they should have said.
And now into our structure protection. We have 3 major structure protection groups that we're working in. We're working in the Quartz Valley, and then the Greenview, and then also in the Edna area. So what we did the other day when the fire did make a push is we ordered a ton of resources to make sure that we had all the structures in the community defended. So we have our main lines that we're going direct on this fire, and then we have our secondary lines, and then off of that we even have our contingency lines if those secondary lines don't work. So Looking up here, we have the Scott River Road. We're masticating that road. We're using chippers. We're using hand crews to make sure to thin that out. So as we try to hold a road, the less fuel on the road, the easier it is for us to hold. So we're utilizing the crews to work along Scott River Road, and then coming down we have our main line at the base of the mountain. So that's another good place to hold fire is at the base of a slope. That way nothing rolls out or gets on the other side. So that's one of our main secondary lines coming down the Quartz Valley Valley here. And then we utilize the road systems as well. So we utilize ridges, we utilize road systems. Anytime we're on the road systems, we try to use the crews to get out there, clean it up. Masticators like a big weed eater that chips up brush, chips up trees, and removes that fuel to give us every advantage that we can to hold that fire. So coming down through here, we have our secondary lines, and then we have our contingency lines out over there. Working into the Greenview area, we have multiple engines that are working through there. So their main job right there is to be ready for the fire when it's impacting the structure. So we have a whole nother shift that is on the fire's edge itself. So that is our main firefighters that are out there going direct on that fire. And then we have that backup, the structure protection engines as well. That way, if in the event this does come out into the valley, we have our firefighters that are battling the fire, and then we have our engines that are at the structures ready to protect those structures. So those guys throughout the day, their main job is to get rid of fuel, get familiar with the area, know the route all the way on this.
Got more sun. It's continued.
But I do want to.
Sorry, we got to get to the weather lady. He's just in reassurance mode.
Thank you for that comprehensive update, Chiefs. We appreciate it. Next up, we have fire weather with incident meteorologist Julia Ruthford.
Good evening. My name is Julia Ruthford, and I'm going to be giving an update on the upcoming weather pattern. And unfortunately, it has continued to be an extremely challenging, critical fire weather pattern over the area for quite a long time. And there's more problems coming this weekend. The ridge.
There should be an ominous gong kind of thing, or a doom doom doom.
Of high pressure that's been bringing us our 2 weeks or more of hot weather is still around. It built in more strongly today. That brought hotter and drier conditions. And combined with that, we did start seeing more of a south-southwest flow. Most of that wind was higher up, but it was enough that it scoured the smoke out, got more sunlight to the ground, and made conditions quite a lot more drier, quite a lot drier out there. This afternoon, we had humidities down into the upper single digits to low teens, temperatures in the valleys, low hundreds, and even up into the upper 80s to low 90s up on the higher ridges. And we did see some gusty southwest winds down at the surface as well, generally gusting 10 to 15 miles an hour with some 20 to 25 mile an hour gusts in the more exposed locations. We'll see the drier conditions continue tonight, so we're getting back into a pattern where we have very poor humidity recoveries up on the slopes and ridges. Higher elevations will only get up to maximum humidities of 15 to 20% tonight, about 30 to 40 lower down, but that's going to just really continue to dry the fuels that are already extremely dry. For tomorrow, temperatures and humidities are going to be about the same. The winds are going to stay pretty similar, so it's going to be another day where we'll have smoky valley inversions in the morning, but they'll clear out pretty quickly, bringing those dry, windy conditions in the afternoon. Again, other concern this weekend is some thunderstorm chances. They're spreading all the way up California right now. At the moment, they're just a little bit, maybe 50 miles north of Lake Tahoe along the California-Nevada border, but the moisture associated with that it's going to continue north. For Saturday, we'll be right on the very edge of it. So we'll be seeing some isolated thunderstorm potential, probably staying east of the area, Wairika, Mount Shasta, eastward. So I don't think we'll see any that'll affect the fire area, but they're going to be really close. And the problem with the additional problem with these thunderstorms is with the dry air mass that's been in place for so long, they're going to be extremely dry, especially with us being right at the very most western edge of where the thunderstorms are at. There's another wave of moisture that will come up Saturday night into Sunday morning, so there's a potential we could see some nocturnal nighttime thunderstorms. Those tend to be high-based. They're pretty fast-moving. They'll move from south to north, and they would have very little precipitation with them. Still pretty uncertain.
Sorry, I realized that the chat had stopped moving, so the real-time comments were off. And she's running through this. I want to know more about these thunderstorms. They'll probably hit more like Wairika or the Shasta mountain area. But the problem is that we can get the winds out here. So I want to recap back here. There's almost no humidity recovery. It's poor. It's not great. There's enough wind to blow away some smoke. The sun beefed up the fire today with steroids. It was direct sunlight. Unfortunately, that even though they got some of the smoke blown away and weren't coughing so much, that it got beefed up. Thankfully, the slop over was on like the north end and kind of the west end of the fire, not towards the town of Etna, but they had a similar incident that we were monitoring that like a couple nights ago. It's a trouble spot for them. I'm glad to see some black line that's up there. I'm going to go back. She's talking about the rest of the forecast.
Continue north for Saturday. Dry, windy conditions in the afternoon. Winds are going to stay pretty similar, so it's going to be another day where we'll have smoky valley inversions in the morning, but they'll clear out pretty quickly, bringing those dry, windy conditions in the afternoon. Other concern this weekend is some thunderstorm chances. They're spreading all the way up California right now. At the moment, they're just a little bit, maybe 50 miles north of Lake Tahoe along the California-Nevada border, but the moisture associated with that is going to continue north. For Saturday, we'll be right on the very edge of it. So we'll be seeing some isolated thunderstorm potential, probably staying east of the area, Wairika, Mount Shasta, eastward. So I don't think we'll see any that'll affect the fire area, but they're going to be really close. And the problem with the additional problem with these thunderstorms is with the dry air mass that's been in place for so long, they're going to be extremely dry. Especially with us being right at the very most western edge of where the thunderstorms are at. There's another wave of moisture that will come up Saturday night into Sunday morning, so there's a potential we could see some nocturnal nighttime thunderstorms. Those tend to be high-based. They're pretty fast-moving. They'll move from south to north, and they would have very little precipitation with them. Still pretty uncertain whether or not we'll actually see that piece of it here. So I'd say, 10-20% chance, but I mention it because if it did happen, it is one of those really critical patterns that has happened up here in the past with those nighttime dry thunderstorms. When we move into the more likely chance of thunderstorms is on Sunday. It's looking like isolated to scattered coverage with the thunderstorms over the area, and pretty good confidence that at least in the mountains around here that we'll see some of those forming. Starting late morning would be the earliest, thunderstorm chances, a few isolated storms beginning late Sunday morning and then becoming a lot more, the coverage increasing through the afternoon and evening. Those will initially form along the mountains where you get some extra lift from the convergence, but they will also be fairly fast moving, and that's the day I think we'll see the greatest number of lightning strikes in the general vicinity. Those will also be on the dry.
Wait. Did she say Sunday? Let me go back.
And then becoming a lot more. Starting late morning would be the earliest storms over the area, and pretty good confidence that at least in the mountains around here that we'll see some of those forming. Starting late morning would be the earliest, thunderstorm chances, a few isolated storms beginning late Sunday morning and then becoming a lot more, the coverage increasing through the afternoon and evening. Those will initially form along the mountains where you get some extra lift from the convergence, but they will also be fairly fast moving, and that's the day I think we'll see the greatest number of lightning strikes in the general vicinity. Those will also be on the drier side.
Sunday.
Underneath the storm cores themselves, probably 1/10 of an inch or less, but those are going to be pretty small footprints. And if we did get a stronger one developing, we might see some really localized 1/4 of an inch out of them. But there would be mini lightning strikes outside where the rain is. So that's why they're considered dry, even though there is likely to be a little bit of spotty rain here and there with them. Those would continue Sunday afternoon and evening, and then there's a very slight chance they might last into Monday, though I think it's that Sunday time period that's going to be the major concern. Also, even if they did come with moisture, the fuels are so very dry following this heat wave. Even the areas that did get some rain on it still would be very critical with where the lightning strikes were. Once we get into early next week, we will see a little bit of a cooling trend, a few degrees, not quite so extremely dry, but it's still going to be above normal temperatures and dry conditions. That'll last through about midweek with the general southwest winds continuing. And then the end of the week, it looks possible that the ridge would build back again, so we could go back into this heat wave kind of pattern again.
Don't say that. Oh man, don't say that there's going to be another heat wave. Don't do that. All right. Sorry, I had to check my watch. It was just a excessive heat warning update issued by Sacramento. But I just got distracted. She's moving fast, so sorry, I have to rewind again.
In the areas that did get some rain on it still would be very critical with where the lightning strikes were. Once we get into early next week, we will see a little bit of a cooling trend, a few degrees, not quite so extremely dry, but it's still going to be above normal temperatures and dry conditions. That'll last through about midweek with the general southwest winds continuing. And then the end of the week, it looks possible that the ridge would build back again, so we could go back into this heat wave kind of pattern again in the long range. So apologies for having absolutely no good news with the forecast, but wanted you guys to be aware of what the potential was out there for the weather.
Great. That's the only thing I did not just truly want to hear. I'm ready for a rough weekend. But as things like, a little bit cooler by Wednesday, and then the heat will return after that. Possibility there's more high pressure and just ultra heat after that. So that means that and probably they will, the lightning strikes this weekend start new fires. There's no little resting period afterward of maybe a little bit of wet weather or cooler weather to allow them to assemble to fight the new ones and chase after them, because just immediately in the next few days it goes back into ultra hot red flag type conditions, maybe, or at least hot conditions. Oh God. And there might be as much as a quarter-inch of rain, but just in little spots, and probably not where the lightning actually strikes. So the biggest threat really may not be the actual thunderstorm and weather on the Shelly. The biggest threat with many of these may be that they have to split crews off to go chase off after the new fires. You just can't have another really big one get established, and that always sucks. It's just whoever's closest is gonna run towards it, and they'll call in other crews to replace others. I mean, not the teams that have hiked in deep into the mountains or anything like that, but sometimes in moments that they can turn the tide on a big fire, just another one starts, and extra reinforcements they could have gotten, they don't get. Split attention. So the best thing that happens by mid-July, and I consider, July 15th, mid-July, the best thing that can happen for California is any of the June fires are contained or out, or most of them at least, and at least they're not huge. That's the very best thing that can happen by mid-July, because that's when we get into the super thunderstorm season, mid-July through August. There will be thousands of lightning strikes and multiple storms throughout this season. And it's always the game of whack-a-mole. Run out there, extinguish every single one you can immediately, because this is not at all the time of year to not be anything but super serious. You can't play around in the driest, hottest part of the year. Can't let anything establish. So no matter how remote, no matter what is going on. So there's always the race to run out there, extinguish those in between the thunderstorms, and go back to the fires that were already happening. So the best thing possible is that there's just not that many big fires going on in California, or that many by the time the lightning strike season rolls around. Because if there are, there may not be enough people to quickly pounce on the really tiny ones, and therefore we get other more big ones. So, Big House is a new watch duty alert. It's just a small fire east of San Diego. Oh, good. That wasn't even watch duty. Thank you for reminding me. I have to check and see if watch duty has capped out. I don't know why my phone's not giving me an alert. Maybe it's because of low battery. Excuse me. Yeah, but thank you for being on top of that. They updated the containment percentage on the Bonita Road. It's west of the Cow Valley up there in Oregon to 20%. The river fire is at 2,800 acres, but 98% contained. Where the heck was that? Oh, Malheur County. Really? Okay. Oh, that was that small one southeast of where the Cow Valley was. That's excellent. That started 2 days ago, right about the same time as the other Cow Valley, Bonita, and the Huntington. During the red flag. Okay, sorry. Just want to make sure that I can get new watch duty updates. So the one a minute ago was the Dehesa, San Diego County. 100 by 50 foot acre spot fire burning in grasses with slow rate of spread. North side of a road in the middle of nowhere. Okay, yeah, thanks Al for being on top of it. Okay, so that was the fire weather thing. There was some juicy drama at the end I kind of want to get to. That it was just like, whoa, this is the most important part of the show. Then they did a lot of reassurance of the people about what they're doing. People had a lot of questions. They first warned people that, like, just because the fire was on decently good behavior, excuse me, sort of, we got luckier with some of the weather, and we were able to chase after the spots and stuff. Doesn't mean it's not super dangerous. You should not return to your home. You should not be staying there. Sheriff explained, and it was really cool, that if you really need if there's some pressing issue, let us know. We can escort you through the roadblock, take care of something. Well, there's a new watch duty. Hey, the one I was talking about just got contained. Woo. Okay. Yeah, he'll escort people in. You could talk to us. We're there to help. We're there looking for looters. We're constantly patrolling. We go back and forth. We look for unusual stuff. We'll let you know if there's anything unusual. We look out for animals, take care of animals, find animals. This is really good and reassuring. It's sweet and really kind. And explaining, though, that they have to keep some of those evacuations the way they are until foreseeable future, and exactly why. So people began to ask questions and stuff. He had some pretty good ones. This was the guy who spoke about how he lost his friends at the end of a driveway. Not really grim. So maybe we could watch just his sobering thing.
Logs out and have less risk, we need something expedited. And I don't know if y'all know this, if it's a dying stand, it's quick. If it's live stand, great delays. So I just hope someone can address that.
I may have started at the wrong spot. There were some questions about there was a firehouse or something that was shut down because somebody didn't want it on their property anymore, or a fire engine storage unit. And then for 2.5 years, it's been tied up, and the fire engines still don't have a place to go. So they talked about cities and stuff, about how a streamlined, and it's really cool. It's not like they've pre-approved certain buildings, and you could just, as long as you stick with the general architectural plans of them, you could rebuild or transfer, or get new infrastructure up to support firefighting within a month. approval instead of like a 2.5 year approval process because of the nightmare. And that was really cool that they said, oh yeah, we fixed that. This guy stands up, he's like, why can't we just get a building approved to house the new fire trucks? The old person on his land doesn't want them no more. He goes, oh yeah, we fixed that. Yeah, now you can choose from catalog of pre-approved buildings and then go build it. And we'll just get that approved in less than a month. Awesome. Because he was making the point that store water trucks, it has to be an insulated building that has heat because you can't let them freeze for obvious reason. You know, water trucks and fire engines. So I think this was a sobering reality check. This person who grabs the mic, let me see.
I guess somebody wants a forester. There are some expedited timber harvest practice rules for reduction in fuels hazards. There's that Senator Dolly put in place, basically thinning some of this land.
As a government agent, I understand bureaucracy.
Sorry, they're still talking about red tape stuff.
The new owner didn't want to house the fire truck anymore.
Yeah, that's still talking about the red tape things. We're skipping it.
What we've done in the county, because of the number of homes we've lost and structures and that kind, to reduce the length of time to rebuild, is we have pre-approved plans now.
Yeah, we talked about that. I explained it.
It was pretty bad. Now if you submit approved plans.
Blah, blah. I guess that's not the part where he talks about evacuation.
That's what I was told.
Maybe Rick knows that specific. I don't. I'm up here at the 30,000 foot level down here in the individual plans, and maybe he has the.
Yeah, I'm talking about random stuff. Okay.
So I'm going to point you back right there, and that is what and why we have a VOAD.
Oh, yeah, VOAD, I want to learn more about it, but they're like citizen volunteers for disaster type thing.
There are two very large zones in the northern part of this fire. And the two gentlemen that spoke, you gave great information. I thank you for telling us about all the lines, because it really gives a lot of people some confidence that the fire might not reach their homes. My question is, can we get the same consideration as two other zones that went A, B, and C? Because I think the far northern sections of those zones do not need to be in an evacuation mode. That's my opinion.
I appreciate that. I don't know which specific zones, but I'll let you know what we do. So every day we get together and we have to look at the map, the one that has red and yellow on it, to determine if we can downgrade or if we can split. So those decisions are made constantly. And so we have to take in consideration what fire tells us, what's predicted with the weather.
Yeah, blah, blah. The other person's sobering story, I don't know actually where it is. See, oh, this chick. Okay, so here's the juicy drama. Watch this.
Late getting here because if you can use a microphone, please.
It's a sheriff.
I was late getting here because I've been moving my stuff out of my apartment all day because we're right, on the edge of this thing. But I have a question. I wanted to know why it doesn't look like anybody's really trying to put it out. And it really doesn't look like it. Has this question already been answered, or? I see guys standing around doing a lot of stuff, but I don't see a lot of stuff going on.
Okay, so we'll answer your question, and then we need to get to some online people who are waiting for their questions, but we'll definitely answer yours right now.
Yeah, ma'am, no, we are working to put it out. Period.
Okay, she's still yelling in the back on. I don't know if you could hear that very well, so she just continues to harass and heckle. That's the important thing here. I see a lot of people standing around in town, but not a lot of people trying to put it out. Oh my God, what an epic response. Just watch.
Ma'am, no, we are working to put it out. Period.
But why are you guys just standing around? I can't understand it, is what she's saying.
You're verging on disrespectful, and I ask you to stop. Thank you. Okay, and with that, thank you for coming tonight and have a good evening.
Sit down and shut up. And so some people started applauding him, like, yeah, she's embarrassing us. But what's heartwarming is there's a couple more questions, and then this happens at the end.
Yes. So I have one for the sheriff, and then I have 3 for operations. So the first one is, what about our livestock? How do we get to them?
The property help if you need.
First, why can't we fly crews in to those areas that are hard to get to?
Okay, for the first one, I would need to be a little bit more general. I don't know exactly where Heller Lane is. What is it? Keller Lane. Kellum Lane.
Extends off of Highway 3.
Anyway, this
Okay.
is funny. They're like, where is this road? So they find it, which is funny. And then they explain things about it. But I want to get to the point where at the very end, this is a heartwarming part where the community is like, oh my God, that woman grabbed the microphone.
Let us know what was going on.
And this is really sad. This is a guy who says, I had no idea I needed to evacuate. When was somebody going to tell me? That stopped my heart. Like, oh my God. This is why I say, guys, don't assume your neighbors know. Don't assume everybody knows in the area that there's even a fire, that there's even a danger. Many people assume I will be told if there is a danger. But that's why we are here and why we've saved lives unexpectedly. We tell people that there's a danger because there's a broken system, state, local, and the feds communication, the state communication agencies, local city agencies, and county agencies. Every single one of them, it's all broken. If everybody in the community is even informed about evacuations in those zones, it's a Christmas miracle. And each county and their systems are different, but that's why I tell people, do not assume everybody knows about a fire. I mean, just listen to this.
Yeah, I got some questions, mostly on information. I live right across from Valley Pines Drive, Patterson Creek. Okay, the whole west side of the highway was evacuated. And nothing at our house. Nobody said anything. We watched them, everybody leave, and nobody come by and let us know what was going on. Until today, they finally put us on the evacuation list.
Okay, are you speaking to fire information in the community or notifications on evacuations?
Well, on both. There's no real communication as to what is going on with the fire or where it is.
Okay, that's a good statement. So this morning we really wrapped up. We've been ordering resources. We actually have 18 public information officers helping us as of today. We've got 10 more on order, and we've put a slew of sandwich boards out along 3 and in the communities that aren't evacuated. And so I think you're going to see a lot of change. We've got an update every morning that's being posted to those boards with a map. And then if you do have access to social media, there's constant operational updates is there. So hopefully you'll see that improvement in the ramp up we've started this week.
Well, we need better things. We need like not Russian Peak or Whiskey Butte or whatever. We need to know how far the fire is from Highway 3 in miles.
Okay, that's good information. And we'll make those adjustments, so thank you.
You know, because everybody doesn't know where those places are. And I still don't know what's going on at my place.
You can come up to the board.
Isn't that astonishing? They're going to have 18 public information officers. I don't know what that means. Like, are the film crews or whoever's filming this right now, or or is it like, 18 public information officers? I would think there'd be like 3. Night shift, day shift, and like somebody on call, or I just don't know how that works, but there's going to be 18, but it's just going to Facebook, and if you look up at the scrolly thing up there, they're
information hotline starts at 8 in the morning, but it ends at 8 p.m. And it's just unreal that they're like, do you have social media? Look at him. Do you think he has social media? Just flip a coin. Maybe not. Probably not. If he had social media, he'd probably actually know what's going on instead of asking you right now what the hell is going on. So this is astonishing, you know. Just I don't know how we have better communication in this day and age, and yet people are less informed. I think it's because the authorities just think they're doing good enough. Just social media. There are people that are banned on Facebook, you know, for general reasons you can't get back on. But life and death shouldn't be determined by whether or not you can make a Facebook account or remember your password. He shouldn't have to go out and buy a computer or buy a cell phone in order to and learn how to do it, just to figure out if he needs to evacuate from a fire. It's unreal. So they did talk about going around town, putting up poster boards and stuff. And he was basically like, well, when was I going to find out about that? So I'm supposed to have randomly driven into town to find out. It's all very good, you know, respectful, but like, holy crap. Part of the meeting that gave me shivers. That's why I can't retire here. That's why what we're doing is critically important. Many of the people in that community probably have no idea this meeting was occurring and that it was just on Facebook. I don't believe they put it on YouTube. At least everybody's phone has YouTube. You don't need to make an account. Most people have heard of it. You know, so wow, this is why I need to download this video, re-upload it to YouTube to help the situation. Least we can do.
Mentioned, but have any structures been lost?
No structures lost.
That's an awesome highlight. And then this is epic, the very last here.
You got?
My question is to the people that aren't seeing any improvement. What have you done to not notice that there's more equipment in this valley right now than we've ever seen in the past? There's over 2,000 firefighters. And have you done your homework? Did you make your home hardened? Are you supporting the fire staff by not being a rubbernecker or not getting out when it's time to evacuate? And get educated. Do some fire classes or something so you're not knocking these guys that are risking their lives for us. And they've done a hell of a job, and we've never seen this kind of corroboration between the different divisions before.
Thank you.
So you guys are doing great. People are smirking and like really able to hold back laughter because she's just thrashing that heckler one. Sit down and shut up. How do you fail to see 2,000 firefighters here risking their lives for us? Not to mention like the 16 aircraft. Look at her face. She's like cracking up. This guy over to the left, he was like, yes. This dude to the right, he's like, oh my God, she did it. I knew this lady would do it. Maybe they're related. Oh yeah.
Thank you. That means a lot to us. The encouragement really helps these guys going, and we share that with the crews out there, and they really do appreciate that. So that's the last question we're going to take collectively here. But like I said, as we conclude, please come up. We'll get the rest of your questions answered. And thanks again for coming tonight.
Yeah. So they still like allow people to wander up to the map and explain what the little symbols mean and stuff, which is awesome. I really wish we could watch the community meeting, which I believe is going on for the Larch Creek, but it's not going to be televised anyway, it looks like. And that's going to leave us with a lot less information to spread the word. But this is A-level communication, B+ to A-level. I mean, I'm not going to put it A, because the guy in the back explained I didn't even know that I should have evacuated, and I didn't know why people were leaving. So it's B to B+. The old-fashioned knocking on the door stuff did not occur. And you know, they need extra tools to be effective. This is a huge area. So what I would suggest is that like with FEMA app. Right now, FEMA, which you can put on your phone, it's really awesome. You'll get notified of tornadoes, floods, fires, whatever you need, with very, very good notifications. There's a FEMA part, and even Facebook once had this, called Check In as Safe. And if the authorities encourage people to use that, and if it was expanded, if it was meant for authorities to look at it and for people to cooperate, and they told everybody to do it, then they could have a good idea of who is not plugged into social media, who is not checking in as safe, who is not checking in as evacuated. And this should be only something that the authorities could see. Of course, you wouldn't want the general public to see who's home or not, right? But there should also be a button that says, I need extra help. Like livestock, yes or no. Pets, yes or no. Help, yes or no. Can self-evacuate, yes or no. Reliable vehicle, yes or no. Dependent upon oxygen, yes or no. Just general check boxes like extra medical help. Reliable phone service, yes or no. And where citizens can hit buttons. And then the coolest thing ever would be if they expanded that a little bit so that officials could hit a button and try to make contact with the person via the app or via a push text notification. Everybody like a button, like it would all be plugged in. We've got the technology. It wouldn't be that difficult. Cooperation from the phone companies nearby to put individual notices like, "Hey, Mr. Baker, we noticed that you may not be plugged in with the check-in system. Do you need assistance? Please respond by calling the sheriff's number or something, right? And get an even better idea, and then with links to where they could download the app, or a little voice. It could start as a robocall, like an auto-generated one. Would you like to speak to an expert now, or a local? No, it had to be very cautiously set up so that nobody could take advantage and pretend to be officials, you know. But there should be a way that your actual phone company verifies that these are true officials calling you. Man, they should expand that, I think, also, so that you could always tell if real Social Security was calling you, so that scams didn't happen. But the FEMA app right now, I'm really happy. It's solid, and if you are evacuated, it's got all these areas for checking on, like, where are the local shelters. There's a million options that are really easy when you're using the FEMA app, such as, you know, apply for individual assistance aid, find an emergency shelter, how to visit the nearest disaster recovery center, disaster-related FAQs, what to expect when applying for assistance. It has headlines. Major disaster declaration has been issued for Texas, for example. FEMA residents urged to take precautions from the heat and use generators safely as Texans begin to clean up from Burl. Major disaster declaration Florida and Oklahoma. It's like just related tips. 7 steps to take returning from a hurricane. What to do in a power outage. But I believe it has, you click affected by a disaster. Like for now, I'm not, but it says no major disaster declarations for Oregon. That may change with the Cow Valley. Let's look at the live Cow Valley, by the way. Here's the Shelly. We just watched that. Whoops, sorry. We just watched that meeting, and the Shelly fire's not. The cameras are not looking at it. Okay. Guess we're not going to look live at the Shelly, but let's look at the Cow Valley. See how far that's been going. So here's Cottonwood. Excuse me, fresh. Let's just do like a 3-hour time lapse there. I guess the panorama one is stuck. It's blurred. When did it update last?
a minute ago, so I don't know why it's all blurry. Maybe the shutter's operating at the wrong time and it hasn't finished rotating. Like the camera should rotate, snap, rotate, snap, rotate, snap. That's the way a panorama would be done in an ideal situation. It's screwed up. So the other camera not looking at it. We do have this camera looking at it. Flashing light warning in 3, 2, 1. Okay, that's our last, 30 minutes? Just a big glowy monster, but can't really make out much. Okay, there is no flashing lights. It's safe to watch. There's just some. Look at the headlights going by, though, on the right side of the screen. Those are cars. So it lets you know how exaggerated the light is. It's enlarged a bit. But going back to the FEMA, there's all sorts of buttons to push, and I believe, you know what, it may be the Red Cross emergency app where you can check in safe. There's home, there's alerts, there's prepare, or maybe because I don't have a disaster, I can't check in safe. Let me try Red Cross emergency app. It's emergency exclamation mark. It's a good one too. So location, maps, prepare, info. You can check, you can monitor different locations, prepare, make a to-do list, prepare. It says Chester, California, which is what I put on during the Dixie. Plan for the hazards of Chester, California. Your home location is in a state which is a high risk for 3 hazards: floods, fires, and tornado. I think they were a little bit confused about Chester, California, but bless their little hearts. So it has maps of shelters. The Red Cross emergency is great. As endorsing partners. But anyway, if it doesn't have it right now, I don't know if I'm just not finding it. Check in as safe, and the local authorities seeing that would be very, very good. Big houses. I went to the Oakhurst, California last summer. They had a huge sign thanking firefighters. There wasn't even a fire at the time. Oh yeah, Oakhurst, California. There was an Oakhurst, Oregon fire that was huge that we covered, but we didn't have any cameras or anything, and so they got a little bit traumatized back there south of where the lookout was. Oakhurst, California, wildfire. Let me see. Oh, maybe they have pounced on it, or maybe just generally grateful. Let's see, where is that? Oh, it's by Yosemite. Yeah, kind of by Mariposa. Yeah, that's amazing. There's always a percentage of people who are like, what are you doing for me? I know that you're like fighting a fire around other people, but I'm so convinced because I am packing right now. I've been packing all day. I didn't even bother to listen to your entire meeting, but I'm going to show up at the end. And it looks like you're not even trying to put it out. Everybody around town is like resting and stuff. Why is that? Like, I can't believe that shit. People were going, oh. And so he goes, let me just answer that right now. We are trying to put it out. They just spent an hour explaining how. And she still heckles him in the back. But it just doesn't seem like everybody around me is working. There's always a percentage of people like that. And they're actually mental, If you consider personality disorders being mental, which I do, there's no cure for it. Just like there's no cure for being a sociopath. There's no cure for being that level of a beep, But that's really heartwarming. Yeah, take pictures of stuff like that, Big Al. We'd love to share that. Let's see, the last wildfire. When did they? I think they had one last year, didn't they? Fire burns thousands of acres west of Oakhurst. That was 2021. The River Fire 2021. God, there's so many of those. South of Mariposa, west of Oakhurst. Now that's getting closer and closer to Yosemite, right? Is it on the way there, or Mariposa is supposed to go to the northeast instead of south? I've not been around there since childhood. So the river fire of 2021 burned 9,500 acres and destroyed 5 structures. Had 1,327 personnel. Cal Fire's Incident Management Team 6 was on it. You know what, friends? Looking, that's really cool that they, whoops, accidentally closed something. That even if there wasn't a recent fire, that they did that, you know. The Wildfire Today, by the way, is quite an amazing website. So last thing I'm going to do here, this is last call for info. I like the fact that I can just say, look at the back. The last part of my broadcast was the Shelly community meeting highlights. You know, that's a little bit south of Yosemite. I guess you could do the southern approach and drive north to it. Which view do we want here? There may be a way that I can get battle maps, possibly, for what's going on in Oregon with the, probably not yet, but with the Cow Valley or the Larch situation. I just want to check those databases real quick. Well, Dropbox technically, but you know. Okay. Let's see. Still a mess of organization. We could go to great. Wow, there's a lot of folders here. Okay. Pacific Northwest sounds like Oregon. Yeah, Cow Valley. Let's see. Is there anything in it yet? Let's see if there's anything in it yet. I think the mapping plane. Oh, no infrared maps. Okay. They've got a empty folder for infrared maps on the Cow Valley. They have raw incident data, briefing map. Got it. Sweet. Let's see if it's been properly constructed. It may be hot off the press. I'm sure the mapping planes went around there after midnight here. Why is this in dark mode? Whoa. Okay, this is bizarre. Oh yeah, I shouldn't have the shouldn't have dark mode app on for opening a PDF in thing. Oh, okay, I've got a cool looking map. It's not the most perfect map, but it's neat. So go to let's see, July, and we'll put it on there. It's the 13th already. All right. Bear with me. This is the only one. They're probably generating the others right now as we're speaking, like making them and printing them out. The Red Incident Management Team, the Red Team, which I guess is special for when they declare a conflagration, which is Oregon's awesome new new law that allows them to cut through red tape in an emergency when they declare a conflagration, a massive wildfire that has the potential to destroy a lot of property in general, not just homes. They can just order other towns to help, like you, go there now, go help, without the red tape crap of the past. Okay. Let me resize this thing. Got it. All right, battle map. doesn't matter if you see my PDF viewer. Okay. So wildfire daily perimeter is our key. Whoops. Temporary flight restriction is the big dotted. Like blue, it's a boy. Temporary flight restriction. So pilots have to stay away from this unless they're actually firefighter pilots. And the big overreaching blue dotted line. So what we have is very detailed maps that we can zoom in as much as we want. You can see where the actual perimeter has been mapped, and I don't believe it says what exact time it was. It was probably tonight. Let me see if there's a date when the file dropped. It would probably be close to when it was put here in my little box. So let me take a look-see. The 12th at 1818, I think. So what's 1800 hours? Is that like 8 o'clock? It's 20, so this is 6 o'clock, 6 p.m. So I don't know when their flight occurred, but it says 12th at 1818. I assume that's time. So you see how this right here, the community is not labeled, but right there, oh man, it's hot in here. That's Brogan, yeah. Then there's Jameson and communities of Willow Creek, but they're not. The communities are not even labeled. They're not even kind of on the map. So this is mostly useful for pilots to kind of see some things, get elevation and terrain. This is just one of the many maps that they will generate, different color codes and things. It's not very good contrast. It's pink and light blue on brown. That's hard for me to see. I got 20/20 vision. Having a good high contrast, or at least drop shadows or white around the font would be much easier. Now what I'm looking at is there's a tiny community of Benita here, but this, you see where it says cavernous historical. This is what concerns me, the little historical places. Not all of them will be on the maps. It'll either be an old ranch, a homestead, just something that survived through the pioneer times to now. And I just dread seeing any historical thing within the fire perimeter. So this is already obsolete because they are doing firing ops. So that means that, right about now it's still 75 degrees as a low. Some of the places where we saw a bunch of the bright flare-ups and the especially those on the satellite camera and satellite, they're probably trying to protect the towns because fire likes to climb. They probably did it near where the irrigation stuff is, like on this side. And if there's not that much in the wind gust, fire will just go up the hill and it'll create a burned area where the fire probably can't pass, as long as they make it kind of complete. And so they'll do that a lot on the nights that it's cool to do it. Just go protect the structures and then burn those tumbleweeds off uphill. And if the wind tries to blow it back down to where they don't want it, they're there. They're there to catch it. So they've been working night and day on that. So this is the only battle map that I have. It's encouraging that I'm going to bookmark now the little this little area. And I'm happy to see that there's many springs. There's some roads. I don't see anything that says like historical or whatnot, but later when they build more elaborate maps, they'll put triangles with an exclamation mark, and that will say value at risk, like save it, whatever that is. Okay. I just hid the view, but why is it still visible for you, friends? I'm trying to go back to the normal view. Is my video software crashing? View alert. What in the world? It says PDF reader, hide the view. It ain't hiding it. So what's happening? I hope we're still alive. That might be a good time to sign off if it's going to get stuck. I've never really had this happen very often. I have no idea. There. Oh, that's weird. So one of the image viewers was confused. It was still on visible mode, and it took the PDF reader's window. Okay. Odd. So that's the briefing map. This is Arch E Land. That's what it's called. So that's the only one they've got for this morning, or that they generated that's available. It's about this time that they fly the planes and have these printed out by 4 in the morning usually. So there's a lot of incident data, empty folders. That's about it that's in here. The what we want is the infrared, the IR folder, but that's all we have. So I've got a Salt Creek actually. For the people who may want that, I've got a Larch Creek. Okay. So, excuse me. Do you guys want to look at the Larch Creek one real quick? We're still live. Good, good. 6 p.m. Yeah, is 1800 hours. Thank you. That confuses me a lot. I think we'll just save it for tomorrow. I mean, unless somebody right now needs to know about Larch Creek, we'll just say that towards the end of the broadcast is where I show the highlights and the need to know stuff about the Shelly. And just taking our look at our satellite, God help them. They have a very small window of opportunity tonight to fire the landscape in front of the fire. So, thank you for being here into the wee hours, Big Al. Are you on the East Coast right now? Because, man, you're up all night doing this. And I don't want to tire you out or anything, man. Unless bartending, you're like on a night schedule, something like that. But that's cool that I just found a little treasure trove of organ that I didn't realize I had. We do have the Shelly. It's time to show that for tomorrow. They have their stuff just dropped minutes ago. It started dropping at 2:15 in the morning. Actually, I'm very curious about that right now. Let's look at the Shelly really quick. One that's saying structure a port. What's the structure? It'll be slow maybe to download these because everybody's grabbing them at the same time. Yeah, this one's taking a bit to load. back at the live cow valley is. Okay. Yeah, the Quartz Valley Structure Group, Greenville Structure Group. Oh, the public would love this. Like, hey, here are their zones. Here's where they are, what they're doing. Yeah. Yeah, this is great. So, see if I can duplicate this for a quick look-see. Yeah, I can't zoom much in this mode, but you can see. I'd have to download it to my proper reader. I actually can a little bit. It's out of control. Go back. This is a worse reader by far. So there's a hazard. Wait, exclamation mark is probably hazard, but something is a structure at risk. So Kidder Creek, the guys who were really worried about it today, in the chat comments, I don't know if anybody's reading the chat comments, I accidentally stopped and paused them during the replay of the meeting, but people were like, hey, I have not seen anybody near us for days working on structure prep or anything like that. That's because they were done, actually. They were done with that dozer line and they had a slop over not too far away up here by this where it says like number 14, and now they've got a little bit of black on it. That's their 1% of containment percentage. So that was an emergency. Otherwise, it would have gotten towards, it would have been in the canyon taking aim at the Quartz Valley structures. So they had to drop stuff and make sure that where it was incomplete over there, chase after it. Because the Greenview structure group is looking pretty complete. I don't see a lot of pink like dozer lines under construction. So people are worried in chat. They look out their window and they don't see a lot of activity. They don't realize that they're working harder and harder, deeper where the fire is at, to keep it further away from them, and that's way more important than being in their front yard working. So I don't think they explained that very well to the public because that wasn't a question. It was a statement. Yeah, I could confirm. I don't know. I don't think they're doing much in Kidder Creek. They're done. They're done. Like, the further they keep it away from you, the better. The better. But look at these lines after lines after lines that they have completed. This is looking pretty dang nifty, pretty dang great. I wish we could look at it. Have a have a look at it now with the cameras not really looking at Shelly right now. I don't know why. But look how close we got right here. This is why they have to be evacuated. They don't have black here. They've got completed lines. And where it's highlighted in blue is a secondary line. But that's awful close. Up on this ridge here, where you've seen it night after night. Where it took over this whole mountaintop. As we were looking at live. So like I think if they should have had layers. Like there are 20 or something different kinds of maps in this Dropbox thing I've got. They have a lot of different ways to show the public what's going on. The Bashwood says night owls late at night unite. Yes, the Bashwood. What keeps you up at night? Other than my scintillating personality and my entertainment skills. Yep, you're on the East Coast and headed about. I'm a night owl, so it's all good. Good night. Yeah, thanks, Big Al. It's time for me to say goodbye too. But I am very happy that I have access to this.
If they put it on a public area, that would be good. These just maps. I can't tell the public where to get these because there's other stuff. There's other files that have people's phone numbers, like everything from law enforcement to such and such map artist, like, and it would all be flooded. And if everybody in the world tried to download it, like different media outlets all around the world, it would crash this. I think they could do really well by, as long as we put a nice disclaimer that these are obsolete the moment that they are printed. There may be errors, but this is your general overview. Do not bet your life on any of this. Do not think, oh, there's a dozer line in front of me, so I'm totally safe. No. High wind events can blow across dozer lines. ADD and circadian rhythm offset, yeah, I know about it. I was born that way, I think, and I'm just that way. I don't think there's anything wrong with us. More and more like sleep experts that I respect say that the people who are just solid night owls, when they're left to do their own thing and studied, we get good routine, sleep. We have good sleep habits. Like I'm always getting sleepy by around 3 to 3:45 in the morning. That's when I'm always getting sleepy. It's like clockwork. Doesn't matter what kind of light has hit my eyes during the day or whatever. I'm on that clock. So I don't have a sleep disorder. I'm a freaking night owl. There's always a percentage of population that's born like that because it has always been vital for human survival that somebody is awake and alert at night because that's when there's a lot of danger. We're the night watch, we're the night guards, we're the ones who notice the weird snapping twig in the distance because we're quietly just stoking the fire and keeping it warm for everybody else who's asleep, We're the ones who have keep people safe. We're the good night pilots. We're the police at night, like we should be appreciated by the community and not treated like we're some sort of miscreants, abnormal, or there's something wrong with us, Yep, you have a 3 a.m. time. When they're talking about the people who have a true sleep disorder, such as circadian rhythm disruption thing, they even tried to diagnose me with something called delayed sleep phase syndrome, which is, I'm sure, a problem for people who are diurnal and forced to work odd hours or on-call hours, and so they've lost a schedule. They are able to reset it by all these tricks, by like living in a tent outdoors for a while because there's natural daylight that comes with dawn. And so after about a week, it's totally reset. So going camping for a week is your cure. I'm sure that's true for a lot of natural people have shifts that don't make sense and they're on call, like like elevator technicians in the middle of the night, they get a call, they have to rescue somebody from an elevator. In big cities, that's a thing. So like they are busy all the time, but it's erratic. I'm sure that is a thing. But for us, I was reassured because I had like 4 sleep studies done that there is really nothing wrong with me. That being on my own nighttime schedule, it may be socially isolating. I can make the best of it. But if I do just go to bed at the same time and get good amounts of sleep, that's better for my mental health and my physical health than trying to be resetting all the time, which means, oh, if I go to bed now, I'll be waking up at 8 p.m. Therefore, I shouldn't go to bed now. I should stay awake until 8 p.m. and try to go to bed. I'm just constantly sleep deprived, trying to reset. So just never making an appointment before noon and never really expecting, nobody should ever really expect me to be awake or active before noon is the best way to go. And then quickly make all phone calls and stuff before places close before noon. Wake up a bit and then do my work, Yeah, we're on the same page. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with us. If you just have an actual problem staying asleep, yeah, you may have a sleep disorder. Going into deeper stages of sleep, that's my big issue, but it's chronic pain. Um, what can you do? Medication takes care of that. I just got to be kind of knocked out. Um, if you truly have problems, yeah, you got disorders. A lot of times people react to stress by the body just makes you sleep, just overwhelms you with tremendous fatigue, and you just collapse. Other people bite their fingernails all night. But my brother who died, whenever there was, when we had to evacuate with the floods, as soon as we got to higher ground, he was like somebody else drive, and he was being floored by his own, like, system. His way to process stress was to fall asleep. And other people could not be still. And up at my dad's house, we took in all the refugees when we lived up in the hills. Other people's response was, give me something to do. My dad was like, what? You're my guest. I don't want you to do anything. No, give me something to do. Do you want me to clean your fridge? So dad's like, if that floats your boat, because I kind of whispered in his ear, look, that's so they don't worry. They need to be busy. So all of a sudden we had brush clearing crews outside. Can we use your power tools and stuff? Like, well, not the power tools, but here's some hand tools. Go have at it. If you guys know how to use a tractor, total strangers, just from like Yuba County. When we were evacuating, we looked like people who knew where to go. So people followed us, those who had nowhere to go. You could choose, go to the west side of the Feather River, go to the east side of the Feather River, east side of the Feather River. Beale Air Force Base was accepting some people, but those of us who were on Highway 20, it's like all of a sudden we're taking turnoffs and we're surprised that there's this super big line of cars following us. They followed us all the way deep into the hills, and we're like, can we help you? They're like, we'll work for our keep. It was bizarre, but it totally worked out. We had people camping in the yard, and we had a schedule and a checklist for who uses the bathroom and how often it's going to be cleaned behind each other. Schedules for when could people use the showers. It was remarkably orderly and kind of heartwarming. I wish we had kept in touch with the people, But as soon as they were allowed back in, they were gone in the morning. Some people's reaction was they had to be constantly busy, and others had to be constantly asleep, like much more than usual. They monitored the situation, and some people were like, "Well, are they lazy?" Nope, that's just opposite reactions. So what happened was those that had gone immediately to sleep during the most stressful parts, they were ready to work when they got back, gathered their strength back. When the most of the stress was dealt with. The people who had needed to be constantly busy were now exhausted and flopped over. So those that had been taking the sleep route were there just busy cleaning the showers and putting the stuff away. So rather than being considered a freak, I'd like to be considered, and I have been occasionally honored that when the hotlines end, at 8 o'clock at night for all these wildfires, I'm still here. We helped the people over at Janesville. The fire spilled over it in 2021, spilled over the hills, coming down the hills, and there were all kinds of fire crews out there ready to catch it on the main highway. But it looked bad. It looked really bad. So myself and then some firefighters here, like Dusty Smokes and others, were there to tell people it's fine. I mean, unless there's a huge wind that picks up, this is pretty mild behavior and it's fine. You're safer down if that hillside's burning off in the cool of the night in a nice, orderly manner. Doesn't matter how bright it looks. As long as it stays over there, It can look as ferocious as it wants to, but the wind is very, very calm. And they're not going to run up there and put it out because they would want that to happen. They would want that ridge line to burn off. Tomorrow's winds will be high, but it'll already be burned off. This is perfect. You're feeling safe, go to Susanville, but this is perfect. We were the only people there to give anybody any clue what the hell was going on. They were parked next to fire crews, like, hey, can you tell us what's going on? They're like, no, we're at work, you know, we're not the information people. And you're not really allowed to just spit it out, fortunately. And the individual crews may not know what the general plan is. It's like they can't say, oh yeah, that's fine right now. If somebody higher up calling the shots is planning to shut it down, or they don't want it, you know, they really don't have the answers to provide. They're there to take orders like a soldier. Yeah. But oh well, most of my family treats me like I'm a freak. That I'm lazy, that I sleep all day. Some of them get it. You know, somebody thinks I'm lazy. Like, why aren't you live today? I don't know. I've been live for 17 hours. I need to sleep sometime. You know, it always happens. I don't care. As long as we know we're making a difference, we don't care. All I have to know that we're making a difference. So thank you, friends, for being here. I'm going to wait to end it until it's 3:12 in the morning because 11 is a unlucky number for me. No, we're going to end it at 3:13 in the morning because 313 is lucky. 11 is not. I have a superstition. Some people say that's a holy number. It's your angel number. If you ever look at the clock and there's 11 on it, it's angels trying to tell you something at that moment. Whatever. I don't like 11. I kind of like that reassurance, but my own level of superstition is a little different. So thank you, friends. Please hit the like button on your way out. Thank you so much, all you have donated. You made $30, and oh crap, I didn't make the totals. Oh, you guys are gonna kill me. I didn't get a reminder. I was gonna do the laptop totals as soon as we got a little bit of a lull. Oopsie, guys. It's 3:12, so we're on a countdown to end. But hit the like button on the way out. Remember, you have to share this stream with the people who don't know we exist. I think most people in the room there and Edna do not know we exist. We probably would have provided a bunch of comforting information. It's word of mouth. And a lot of the older folks, they have no idea how to find us. No idea that channels like this even exist. They think YouTube's all for entertainment. All right, it's 3:13. It's lucky. Remember, guys, you've done all you can do. You've done all you can do. Relax. We've got a bumpy right ahead of us. And remember, you've got to strap in. As I'm your captain, I just put the fast seatbelt sign on. So do that, but now relax, because it's in God's hands now. Well, we just observe. We've done all we can do. So we've done all we can do. We can relax. Thank you for being here.